Oh, shit. I did. He said it's going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. We apologize for our tardiness. I hope that everyone had a Merry Christmas and that 2026 is off to a great start. We appreciate your presence, you being here today to the 2026 first Augusta Richmond County Commission meeting. Madam Clerk, with that being said, I call this meeting to order.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I call your attention to our invocation, which will be shared with us today by Pastor Luke Nide, Assistant Pastor of the Local Outreach and Mercy First Presbyterian Church, after which we would like to ask our youth football team, if they would please stand and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, okay, at the point. Okay. Stand for our invocation.
Let's pray. Gracious God, thank you so much that you created Augusta many, many years ago before any of us were here. And this place that we call home is not our own, but it belongs to you. God, thank you that you have given us this space to live in and this place to rule over and this space to lead and to cause to flourish. God, thank you for our city government, for our mayor, and for our commissioners, for those who serve on staff here in our great city. God, I pray, would you bless them in this new year? May 2026 be the greatest year that Augusta has ever seen. God, I pray that you would cause us to govern and to lead with justice and with righteousness and with godliness. God, I pray for these commissioners that they would lead with great wisdom that comes from you. God, I pray they would lead with compassion over the people, not ruling over them harshly. God, I pray that you would help us as a city to unite. God, I pray that we would care for every single citizen of this great city. God, I pray that we would look out for those who are less fortunate, for the poor, for the homeless, for the young, for the old and elderly, for those who are sick and those who are wounded, those who find themselves disenfranchised. God, might we serve as a great city for all people here in Augusta. God, I pray for just this meeting today. God, would you call us to be unified? Would you help us to work together for the greater good of our city and for its citizens. God, I pray that your presence will be made known in this place, and may you use this place to be an encouraging place for all peoples. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor, can we get you to come forward, please? First of all, I want to say thank you for that encouraging, heartfelt word from God. Thank you for putting us in remembrance that God has ordained government, and he has mandated that we pray for those who are in authority and that have governance over us. And thank you so much for starting us out with that in mind this first of the year. Thank you so very much. By these presents be it known that Luke Nade, Assistant Pastor, the Local Outreach and Mercy First Presbyterian Church, Augusta, is Chaplain of the Day. May his spiritual guidance and civic leadership serves as an example for all citizens of Augusta, given under my hand this 6th day of January, 2026. Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor. Thank you.
Pastor Nade, thank you so much for being here to serve. Most importantly, thank you for your commitment to this community and everything that you do. It is greatly appreciated. Please know that. Thank you so much for your prayer. Madam Clerk, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege, please. We had two great Augustans, two great teammates during the holidays that we lost, and with all of the craziness of the budget season and us trying to wrap up the year, we did not have the opportunity to rightfully recognize them. And Natasha's going to get their pictures up. One, many of you were very familiar with, that was in these chambers. One that was not. The first is former probate judge Harry James. Harry James admirably and honorably served this community for many years. He passed away during the holidays, and his service was down in Savannah. As I understand, Judge James was from the Savannah area, and we thank him for his service. We're praying for his family. The second, Mr. Brian Kepner. Many of you knew Mr. Kepner through our planning petitions. I would always recall Brian being at this podium right here, advocating for small businesses and advocating for people that chase the dream of opening a number of businesses. We had a memorial service for him in the Linda Beasley Room, as I understand, this past Sunday. And we thank him for his service, and we're praying for his family and his loved ones. And if you will, join me for a moment of silence to recognize these two great Augustans, one former probate judge, Harry James, seconds for Mr. Brian Kepner. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're proud to have some young men join us today, but as I understand, we're waiting on another celebrity that's going to come and introduce him. So, Madam Clerk, we're going to move around just a little bit, so you guys sit there, be patient, and we're going to move to our delegation portion of our meeting. And as soon as our celebrity announcer gets here, we will get you guys back on schedule. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go to the delegation portion of our meeting.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Item B, Ms. Estep has requested that she be rescheduled for a later date.
Okay.
Item C, Mr. Mario Bunch, discussed funding reinstated for Mock Academy at Fleming Park in Augusta. Yes, sir. You come on up to the podium. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir, and welcome.
Hi.
If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Yes, Mario Birch, and it's 324 Sims Avenue in Augusta.
Thank you so much, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. So, first time I've ever done this, second time I've ever been to a meeting, so please excuse what I don't know and
Yes,
the
sir.
things that I don't know to do. Okay. Actually, I had a few questions because, again, the funding for Mock Academy has been cut. It's located at Fleming Park in Augusta. And I was just kind of curious because I've been there, my kids have been there for about 3 years. And I know that you guys have tough decisions to make. I don't assume to know that, I understand all that you go through in your considerations. But I do know as a parent and as a citizen, there are certain things that are really important to any community. And Mock Academy has proven to have a tremendous value and worth. So a few of the things that I wanted to ask was, what is considered when determining if funding should be cut? Like how much goes into determining that and analyzing that as opposed to the other things that you continue to fund? What does a program have to do to demonstrate its value in the community?
Mr. Birch, I'm going to ask my colleagues, because generally this time is the opportunity for you to come address us. So if any colleagues are interested in answering these questions, I'm going to ask that you take notes. I'm going to ask somebody to take notes because we'd like to be able to get you these answers, okay, for the information that you requested. But proceed on. Thank you.
Thank you. So should I proceed with just asking the questions?
Yes, sir. Please proceed on. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So the second one would be, what does a program have to do in order to demonstrate its value to the community? Again, there are many different things that you have to choose to cut, choose to fund. What are you looking for, right? Because I think if we're aware of this information, we can make sure we put these things on the website. We can make sure that the information is readily available based on the things that you assess, before determining what will and what will not be funded. The last thing would be, why are programs and facilities in better neighborhoods oftentimes better funded than those that are in greater need? And I have to look at Newman. I'm from Augusta, born and raised. I know Augusta in and out, through and through. I remember when nobody was really living in Columbia County. Now everybody's out there. I know the history about Augusta really well. But I look at those other facilities, how nice they are, right? How nice the restrooms are. I think about, how the funding, when funds were given last year, how our funds were significantly lower than those given to other areas. And I just wonder what goes into that, because it gives those of us in the community, it paints an image to us as far as what's important to you guys and who matters. And sometimes I think maybe we may come to conclusions or decisions that could be unfair to you guys. So I think it's important for us to understand what are you considering and why those things happen, right? Why would a facility that has holes in the bathroom walls, why would their funding be cut? Why would they get less? I think the things I wanted you guys to consider would be this, which again, you may or may not be aware of, but Mock Academy teaches kids primarily and prepares them primarily for like tennis and to do tennis on a collegiate level. Many of these kids go to college after they leave and after they graduate high school. Many of them are getting scholarships, like full rides. So this is not just something to do, wasting time shooting ball to keep them out of, keep them from doing other bad things. No, these kids are really being prepared to be productive and well-performing citizens, right? But again, I didn't know if you guys knew that. Just a few more points. So it equips kids with skills needed to play tennis at a collegiate level. It prepares kids to excel in school and society through various methods, such as bridging the gap between law enforcement and the community. I'll never forget the day I pulled up and I saw 2 police officers out there. I went crazy, right? But I just took a moment and looked what was going on, and they were actually just talking to the kids. And I sat down and listened and found out they were actually there just communicating with the kids, helping them understand what law enforcement does, how to deal with law enforcement in a respectful and safe way. Like, that's awesome. Those are things that need to be done, because the reality is, on our side of town, things are a little bit different. You have to deal with the police differently. That needs to be done, and those are things that oftentimes get overlooked. That's just one of the things that Mock Academy does. A few other, I'm sorry, let me know, I don't want to go. A few other things is just they have a program with IBM where kids can actually complete IBM courses and certifications so that when they do go to college, if they do decide to seek a degree or a career in that particular area, they've already gotten certifications in line and in place. They have an on-board and on-site career center, right, where a learning center, excuse me, where they have computers there and the kids are able to do homeschooling and other things of that nature there. It just provides a lot of different benefits to the community. And I'm just curious as to if you were aware of that, how could you decide to cut that? Just wanted to ask those questions because, again, it matters. And as a parent who hasn't been there for any longer than 3 years, that's just been my experience. I can only imagine what those other parents are experiencing and how that feels. So just wanted to ask those questions and make sure you are aware of that information because I really think Mock Academy is a fantastic place. They beat everybody else within the CSRA when it comes to tennis. This poor place with holes in the walls, they're outperforming all of the other kids in the local area that they play. Why would we stop that or make it more difficult for that to continue? That's all.
Mr. Birch, thank you so much. There is a colleague in the queue that we're going to recognize. Just sit tight. The chair recognizes Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you so much, Mr. Birch, for coming before us. I agree with you. Mock Academy is an amazing program, and I know that firsthand because my son goes to the summer program. So I see the attention that's given. I've also been privileged to be able to speak to the students for the past 3 years, so since I've been in office. And I love what they're doing with the children. I love a lot of the points that you brought up, and although I'm not going to be able to answer each one of them individually, I would ask that you tune in to our committee meeting on next week, and you can definitely invite as many people as you can possibly get to come out. We will be discussing what I proposed to the commission as far as an application process for our NGOs moving forward. And I ask that you call your, whatever district you're in, reach out to your commissioner and encourage others to reach out to their commissioners to let them know that these programs are very much needed, because I also see the importance of being able to provide programming for our youth to keep them off of the streets. Because I feel as though the more programming we have for our youth, the more constructive things we have for them to do, the more access to college programs we have, then we won't have to possibly give a large amount of funding to public safety, because that will eliminate some of the issues and the problems as far as the youth that is getting in trouble. So thank you so much for coming before us. And again, please tune in to next week's meeting and encourage other people to reach out to their elected officials and continue to stay involved.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Birch, thank you for coming before us. During the budget session, it was long and trying for each and every one of us. Things, if you looked at the December 2nd budget session, we were trying to figure out the least impact, which was 30% to all the NGOs, 10% on the other entities. We had two different motions on the floor to hit, one with a 1 mil that included, we always wanted to make sure that we take care of our first responders and take care of the House. The House is the Augusta Richmond County government. And the second motion was actually to do a 0.85, the least impact to the citizens, and that failed as well. So when we left the December 2nd meeting, it was our understanding that the only thing we could do at that moment is figure out how to cut from within. No other community or municipality actually funds NGOs at the rate Augusta Richmond County does. there was no oversight on when we give funding on make sure that certain conditions, criteria, and make sure that we get a report at the end of the year from a CPA, a financial report. So there was a lot of issues that happened from December 2nd. So there was nobody wanting to do a tax increase. So December 16th, if you watch the budget session, you'll realize that nobody wanted to do a millage increase to fully fund the NGOs for a reason. You have to take care of your house before you take care of everything else. I look at some of my former colleagues. Commissioner Sean Franham used to run the Ronald McDonald House. He never came before the Augusta Richmond County government asking for money or monetary value. He knew he had to work for it, as well as his wife, what his wife does. And so there was no hidden agenda as far as the writing on the wall. We were looking at the NGOs. That's been going on for months. It's no different than what has happened on the 16th. We had no other choice. We went through the line items in the budget. We cut everything we can. We include cutting every budget by up to 5%, except the largest budget, which is the Sheriff's Department, which we cut to 4%. Because they actually the largest denominator. It impacts them the worst. So a lot of the NGOs, what they're going to have to do is improvise, overcome, adapt what has happened. As far as the only other way to do it, fortunately, our budget's a moving, living document. It's just a guideline what we set forth on December 16th. It could be changed, but it could be changed if we find a revenue stream.
Am I able to ask a question?
Oh, absolutely, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, there were things that did get funded outside of that, right? So is there like a list that I could look at to find out what was actually funded?
You could actually look at, it should be online or a budget, what was approved,
Okay.
line item by line item.
Got you. Because I know oftentimes people will say, hey, get your funding, right? But that funding's important and it's being given to somebody. Somebody's getting it. So we just want to be considered as well. But
That's right.
I understand
I
what
believe
you're saying.
Augusta Richmond County supplies you a facility, maintains it. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And that's a pretty good gift. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's better than nothing at all. Absolutely.
That's right. And I think as far as the Newman Tennis Center, I think it's run by our rec department. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
It's run by our in-house rec department. So I appreciate you coming before us, Mr. Birch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the second, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I wanted to get a point of clarity. May I ask the administrator a question, please?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Thank you so much. And this is only because this was just brought up. Administrator Allen, as we were looking at other counties that fund nonprofits, how many of the counties out of 159 counties do not fund their nonprofits?
Commissioner Pulliam, I couldn't answer that because I didn't speak to each one of the respective counties.
Okay. How many counties were spoken to?
I reached out by a listserv that we have for county management. I can't recall how many responded because, you know, any listserv, you don't have a number of them don't respond. It depends on the topic. I did have some directly that I spoke to at a conference, just, you know, by chance asking them. And, you know, they informed me what they did when it came to non-government organizations.
Yes, ma'am. But you don't have an exact number?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I believe it's careful as we're sitting on the dais to make sure that we have accurate data points, because if there's 159 counties in the state of Georgia, and we're saying that the majority of them do not fund our NGOs and our nonprofits, we don't know that to be true until we've actually done that research. So as we're giving out information to the public, because so many people depend on us to know our job and know what we're saying, we want to be careful to make sure we're giving the correct information as much as possible. So we don't know how many counties fund their NGOs, but we are going to continue to try to do that research so that we can look at other counties that are providing or investing in their communities to possibly look at their blueprints. Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Administrator Allen.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 2nd. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Mr. Birch, Happy New Year to you, sir.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you for standing here, giving us your story, your personal testament, and benefit that your family has received from this program. Took a lot of courage to come up here.
It does.
You don't own the program, do you?
No.
Are you on the board?
No, not at all.
Do you
Just a
have an
parent.
invested interest? Your children receiving the benefit?
Yeah, that's my vested interest.
Well, and good for you on that one. Finding a program, I think every last one of us up here are parents. I got grands right now, so I'm sorry, not Jordan, not Commissioner Johnson. He's the only one that hasn't reached that threshold, but the rest of us have. Yeah, he's working on it. But my point to this is it's tough finding a program that's impactful, that your children stay connected to, interested in, and otherwise. Last year was my first year on the dais, so it was a huge learning curve. But I'm gonna tell you, I don't care how many years you've been on, $21 million is $21 million no matter how you spend it. And we were up against that. And we were also up against the challenge of determining where there were specific cost savings internally to the government and making those pointed decisions. You're a homeowner yourself, right?
Right.
We were up against that. We were up against determining if we were going to raise your taxes to pay for some of these services, one specifically the NGOs. The NGOs aren't, and let's clarify what NGOs, because most folks keep hearing us say NGOs, and they're like, what the heck is NGO? NGO stands for non-governmental organization. And in that particular grouping of what we had in the budget, that included many nonprofits and many organizations that do some great and wonderful things in the community. Not necessarily that they're tied directly to Augusta, Richmond County, but over the years, different leaders have stated that, hey, that's a great mission. Let's feed into that. Let's sow some dollars towards assisting and supporting.
Right.
Some of these agreements went back to the 90s. The problem that we were up against is we were really up against laying off 100+ employees, cutting a significant amount of city services, and including a increase to your taxes and all of us that are property owners. That wasn't an easy challenge. And we had to determine what were the areas that made sense to provide the cost savings to get us out of that significant deficit. So the areas that we didn't start there, but we ended up going back over and over and over, back and forth. The NGOs was one of those areas that we had to clean up. We didn't have an accountability for it. Some of these organizations were receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars with no measurement, no accountability, no understanding of how those dollars were being utilized, if they were impactful, if they were assisting, if the organizations in some cases were even up and operational.
Got it.
And it wasn't a responsible way for us to be fiscally responsible for everyone's tax dollars. And that's what we really had to make the decision on. So it wasn't a, hey, we're targeting this program or we're shutting this program down. Mock Academy is a nonprofit just like many of those organizations, and they'll continue to thrive and flourish and deal with the challenges that many have to deal with creating revenue sources. But because it's not a direct program to Augusta, Richmond County, it was definitely on the forecast of us having to remove it or remove and fire our employees and get rid of services. So it was a tough challenge. And I know it still doesn't make it any better for you and your family, but again, Mock Academy is a nonprofit that will continue thriving. We did not shut down Mock Academy. And unfortunately, that's the narrative that's out there, that we've shut down these organizations. We didn't shut them down. It's no different from you and I choosing to donate to an organization. And if funds get tight and I can't do it that year, guess what? I can't do it. And in this case, we had to make the decisions of what we could and what we could not do from a sustainability standpoint and from us being responsible with yours and other tax dollars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Birch, thank you for being here today. I want to echo what Commissioner Pulliam shared, is that you should continue to come to commission meetings and continue to come to committee meetings, because this is where the decisions are made. You know, there's a saying that, you know, the legislative branch of your government is where the sausage gets made. You don't want to see how your sausage is made. You just like how it tastes when you eat it, right? In this case, you should be here so that you can see how things get done on the commission. I did not vote to cut your funding, and I would never vote to cut your funding. Every year that I've been here, I've supported Mock Academy, and that's never going to change. I hope that, you know, as Commissioner Pulliam stated, that when this process is put in place, that we'll have a conversation about how to fund nonprofits adequately. All nonprofits were not cut, just a good number of them, but all nonprofits were not cut. There are nonprofits that still have multi-year agreements that we perhaps should not be in, but they weren't even looked at, right? So I think that when we had these conversations about NGOs and nonprofits, you're right, there should be metrics in place. We should know what we want. We should set priorities and then go back and fund those. And I know that, you know, the city of Augusta makes significant investments in some of these organizations. Well, you know, without those dollars, some folks may not be able to partake in those. So keep advocating, keep showing up, keep sharing, you know, what can be done, because again, you know, we're going to be here tomorrow. We're going to be here next week. There are still options, and I do believe that we can save some of these nonprofits. We can invest in some of these other NGOs without raising taxes. I do believe that, especially when we have a $30+ million, you know, contingency fund. You can support projects to help students, especially in at-risk neighborhoods. So certainly, we can find the money to do other things like we always do. I don't think that our kids should be the butt of the conversation. So again, thank you so much for being here, and let's keep paying attention. Thank you.
So everyone's aware that there's a contingency fund and that other places were funded, but again, the funding was chosen to be taken away from Mock Academy, and those are the things that, you know, I'm just trying to understand, because as a community, that's how it looks to us when we're aware of that information too. So, but again, thank you all for responding.
Just sit tight. Madam Administrator, what is our contingency fund balance?
Currently, our contingency for our general fund is 1.2 million, keeping in mind that we just started off this year.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Birch, thank you so much for being here. One, we appreciate the work you do, and that it does benefit our kids, keeping them engaged, keeping them out of trouble. I would ask that while we have you here on the record, because the community, I believe strongly, and this commission will continue to support Mock Academy. Do you have fundraisers? Do you have ways that we could give? Help us understand what we could do, more importantly, what the general public can do that can support Mock Academy.
Yeah, thank you for asking that, Mr. Mayor. Listen, I'm a parent. Right now, I think they're scrambling. We're scrambling to try to figure out what we can do in order to keep the program alive. So unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that right now. But as things continue to evolve and develop, I'd be more than happy to come back and let you guys know.
Yes, sir. You come back and share that with us, and we'll make sure that we share it with the general public to make sure that you continue to fulfill your mission of teaching our youth how to play tennis, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we're going to go back to the recognition portion. We got a new announcer, correct? We have a new announcer? We do. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, y'all pay attention to the screens. We're going to show a video of these wonderful young men, and I don't see any, just all guys. All guys. No cheerleaders? We got some mom coaches and some ladies. Come on, give a round of applause. I always want to be first to recognize the women. So thank you, moms who have sacrificed for your sons to be in this program.
Bottom of the screen.
But one local youth team in Augusta can. People can say that they won a football national championship, right? But one local youth team in Augusta can. Fox 54's Brandon Smith has their triumphant story.
It's not every day that one of your local teams is able to bring home a state title, let alone a national one. But that's exactly what was done this past football season by your hometown Trinity Elite Titans. That's right. This past football season, these Titans were able to go down to Plant City, Florida, and bring home the 12 and under title. The Trinity Elite Titans are a 12 and under football team based right here in Augusta that play in the United Youth Football League. On December 13th, the Titans won their first ever national title in Plant City, Florida in a game that went to overtime.
For me, the highlight was just seeing all the boys come together and win the national championship. A lot of them have went through a lot of personal things in their life that the community don't know. Like, people have lost parents, people have brothers that are sick, and yet they still show up every day. So to see them accomplish something that they worked so hard for, it really meant a lot.
All of them are our sons. 0 to 99, 00 to 99, they're all our sons. We look out for each other, we're a family, and this means everything. This is something they have been working for a few years. We added some new players, and they're just like brothers on and off the field. It means a lot.
The Titans had finished second and third in previous years, but this year they were finally able to get over the hump. Offensive tackle and defensive end Thomas Blackman says everything just clicked during the big game.
It was probably us trying to get our chemistry because we had brought a lot of new people, but then we had got the chemistry right, so we did good. My mom was super proud, and my dad was watching me from the sky.
Head coach Gerald Brown says that this moment goes beyond football.
It's like everybody a parent out here, you know, so you talk to kids after school, after practice and stuff, so it's really something big. It'd be more than just the football, you know, it's about getting to know the kids and different stuff like that, so definitely going to be remember every child that comes through here, definitely remember in a good way. So.
This was this roster's last ride together, as many of them are set to move on to middle school next year. They were able to finish their final season together with a perfect 3-0 record at the national tournament. For Fox 54, I'm Brandon Smith, working for you.
All right. Madam Clerk, I think it's time to do some celebrating and some presenting.
Yes,
Is that about right?
Yes, sir. We're going to ask the Honorable Senior Reporter from Channel WJBF, Mr. George Escala. He's coming forward to do our roll call. Yeah, he had. Wait a minute. Yeah, give him.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bonner. I'm sorry I blew off rehearsal yesterday.
And before Mr. Escala gets started, let me read the wording on their presentations. Certificate of Recognition for your exceptional sportsmanship displayed during the 2025 United Youth Football League Division II season and clinching the organization's championship on December 13, 2025 in overtime with a perfect 3-0 national tournament record in Plant City, Florida. The City of Augusta recognizes your commitment to athletic excellence, and tenacity. We congratulate you for participating and clinching your notable victory by bringing home the hardware for the first time to Augusta. Given under my hand this 6th day of January, 2026, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor.
We are ready. I tell you what, we are in football season, the exciting part of football season. And if you go back this season, South Carolina, no. University of Georgia, no. But these elite Titans got themselves a natty. That did it. Quarterback, Andre Dixon Jr. Come on. Wide receiver, Leighton Bracely. Come on, Leighton. The other wide out, Skylar Skinner. At cornerback, Deshaun Mack. That's a football name. He's quick, darting, Austin Amos, running back. Also a QB, Marcus Williams. Linebacker, Jaden Kent. Linebacker, Yeha Oates. He hits, they go, yeah, I tell you that right now. Takes him a while to get up, too. Linebacker, Daniel Brown Jr. At defensive end, Brandon White. Wide receiver, Nazir Gofin. 3, 2, 1. Dante Reeves at running back. Running back, Dion Ogburn. Defensive end, Xavion Starrett. Linebacker, Alex Xavier Habersham. Sorry. You could not start the game without the center, Chase Young Merriweather. John Hardy Jr., linebacker. Got the big guys now. Offensive tackle, Rashad Daly Jr. Might be Daly. Offensive guard, Rodrigo Mance Jr. Protecting the blind side, offensive tackle, Thomas Blackman Jr. Offensive guard, Zaki Cunningham. The offensive line was the key to this winning program. Offensive guard, Isaiah Hamlet. Aiden Curry, center. Defensive tackle, Curry Lewis. And defensive tackle, Greg Smith Jr. The Elite Titans national champions. Of course, these young men could not have reached this success without the guys on the headsets yelling at the referees. No, I'm just kidding. Coach Tony Brown. Oh, he gets this? Yeah, he gets it. Oh. Where's Coach?
Mr. Mayor, Coach.
That a D. And assistant coach who is helping out, Marcus Dill. Marcus, come on. As they had a great staff, I'm sure the Falcons might be picking a couple of these guys during the offseason here. And assistant coach, Bakari Thurman.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
And assistant coach, Gene Cunningham. One more time for the Trinity Elite Titans. No, one more. Two more. Well, sorry. Oh, Team Mom. Where's Tiffany? Where's Tiffany Skinner? Don't forget Tiffany over here for your wonderful plaque. And Team Mom, Medina Blackman Oates. What moms? What a squad. Is that it, Miss Bonner? Yes, sir. Oh, one more time. Trinity Elite Titans national champion. Teams, coaches, and moms.
And please stay standing once the photo is taken. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I'm reading the proclamation, so leave them right there. I'm reading the proclamation, so leave them standing. The office of the mayor, the Augusta Commission, proclamation given to the 12U Hit Squad representing the Trinity Elite Titans Youth Sports Organization. Whereas the 12U Hit Squad representing the Trinity Elite Titans Youth Sports Organization is a championship team built largely from student athletes right here in Augusta, Georgia. They embody far more than the athletic talent. They represent perseverance, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to a shared purpose. Guided by a steady leadership of head coach Mr. Tony Brown, these young men have competed on the national stage for the past 3 years, each season marked by growth, grit, and determination. And whereas this victory was no accident, it was the result of intentional preparation and a clear vision from day one. This team set its sights on a national title. They trained with purpose, held one another accountable, pushed through challenges, and showed up consistently on the field in practice and as brothers. And whereas what makes this achievement even more meaningful is that it marks the first national championship in the history of the Trinity Elite Titans, founded in 2018. After 7 years of building, mentoring, and investing in young people, this moment stands as a milestone for the team, the organization, and the community it serves. These young men have demonstrated what becomes possible when structure, mentorship, family support, and opportunity align. They are living proof that youth from Augusta can compete and win on the national stage. And the city of Augusta recognizes your commitment to athletic excellence and tenacity. We congratulate you for participating and clinching your notable victory and declare January 6, 2026, the 12th Hit Squad Trinity Elite Titans Youth Sports Organization Day in Augusta, Georgia. Given this 6th day of January 2026, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for the Hit Squad. Wait a minute. Before you guys go, I saw some hardware on your fingers. Now, Coach, are those national championship rings? Several different ones. Oh, my goodness. Show them your rings. That is such an accomplishment. Thank you guys so much for all that you do. Congratulations. And I know all of y'all going to be going to Butler High School at some point. Bring some of that. But, Coach, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys being here. And don't forget to get your picture out front, right in front of the Lee and Beard Commission chambers. Madam Clerk, I think we need to move on. Go back to our delegation portion.
You ready to move
correct?
on? Okay, can we let them exit?
Wait a second. The commissioner from the 4th would love a personal privilege.
Just a moment
Coach,
before you all leave.
Hold 1 second.
Now, what I like to add to this team is that, one, all of the coaches and the mothers are volunteer, and Mr. Brown is an employee of the county. So he takes his time after work to go and mentor these boys. Congratulations.
Congratulations, y'all.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, our delegation B is in the chamber. Ms. Deborah Estep, regarding concerns about unmarked cars showing up and trespassing on neighbors' property without warrant.
All right. Ms. Estep.
Hello.
Welcome. Madam, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Deborah Estep, 1523 Johns Road.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm here to speak about public safety, accountability, and the consequences of decisions that are being made and not made in this city. I want to begin with something that happened in my neighborhood. An unmarked Ford truck parked on my street, a man wearing full police-style tactical gear, visibly armed, with the word police on his back, walked up to my neighbor's home. My neighbor is an elderly, blind African-American man. There was no clearly marked jurisdiction. I did not see a badge number. I did not see a warrant. When no one answered the door, the man went into the backyard and then left. At that point, regardless of who that person was, this was a public safety risk. If that individual was law enforcement, protocol matters. If that individual is not law enforcement, the danger is obvious. I documented the vehicle, I called the non-emergency line, an officer came out and filed a report, and I later requested records to understand what had happened and was redirected rather than given transparency. I want to pause here because this matters. Ambiguity plus weapons creates fear. Fear erodes trust, and trust is the foundation of public safety. Now, this body has acknowledged on the record that Augusta is currently the #1 human trafficking corridor in the state. This is not a minor detail, that is a crisis. And it raises a serious question. How can this commission name that risk while simultaneously creating the very conditions that make trafficking easier? Youth disenfranchisement, cuts to education, cuts to health programs, cuts to arts and green spaces, cuts to community infrastructure. These were not accidents, these were approved decisions. You asked, how can trust be rebuilt? And then you shred it in the same meeting. You cannot claim concern about youth violence while dismantling the environments that prevent it. You cannot claim concern about human trafficking while deepening fear, instability, and displacement. You cannot claim to represent African American communities while repeatedly pushing their voices to the back of the line. Let me be very clear about who is being most affected. African American men and women in low-income neighborhoods are bearing the full weight of these decisions. These are the communities experiencing over-policing, underinvestment, and civic suppression, while being told they must somehow solve problems created by the policies imposing them. I have sat with these residents who waited hours to speak. I have watched their voices deprioritized. I was allowed to speak quickly the first time I came here. That contrast matters. If my voice is pushed aside tonight or in the future, I want it understood plainly. That will show that this is not about race or identity, truly. It is about silencing voices that are inconvenient. And right now, the most inconvenient voices are those naming the truth about harm. I do not believe people sitting in government are evil, but I do believe the systems you are operating within and upholding produce predictable harm. Throughout history, conflicts driven by power and control are rarely presented that way to the public. Instead, they are framed around fear of a particular group, a nationality, a race, a religion, a political identity, or an invented enemy. These visible markers make it easier to redirect anger away from corruption and toward one another. Today, uniforms, weapons, and labels serve the same function. They tell people who to fear, even when accountability is absent. This is why allowing unmarked, masked, and unaccountable enforcement activity, especially in a city already vulnerable to trafficking, is reckless. It does not reduce harm, it multiplies it. And here's the part that must be said plainly: people are dying. Not suddenly, but slowly. Freezing on the streets, choosing between medication and food, losing children to violence.
1 minute.
But being pushed in desperation is what traffickers exploit. Being radicalized into political and religious extremism because despair is left untreated. These are not accidents, these are outcomes, and representation fails, death will follow, quietly, bureaucratically, and without dignity. Politics being accepted as lying backroom deals and partnerships with monopolies that hoard money is not realism. It is corruption, and it does not represent us. If you are going to represent us, your actions must reflect that. If not, people will organize without you, because survival requires it. Nothing we rebuild trust except action, letting constituents speak, making meetings accessible, stopping retaliation for inconvenient truth, and fixing the problems you have the power to fix. I have 3 questions. Has the city opted out of all discretionary cooperation with federal immigration enforcement, where it is legally allowed to do so?
Madam, again, we're here to hear your dialogue.
I can't ask questions?
No, ma'am.
Really? Okay. Then I'm going to ask them anyways, and then maybe I can get answers some other time. How much funding, direct or indirect, is currently allocated to cooperating with immigration enforcement, and how does that compare to the funding that was cut from healthcare, education, nonprofits, arts, and green spaces? And then I wanted to know, honestly, the given Augusta is identified as the #1 human trafficking corridor, what are your plans to actually combat this moving forward, especially considering the environment created currently?
Ms. Eastep, certainly thank you so much for being here. Before you leave, you brought up an interesting point. We do have Mr. Robbie Salas with the Richmond County Sheriff's Office. It is a serious concern when you have unmarked cars, ununiformed officers that identify themselves as officers. Mr. Salas, would you like to come up and speak on that?
Good afternoon, folks. In reference to her question about someone coming in a police uniform, if it's our folks, they're going to be wearing sheriff. Throughout the state of Georgia, you have other entities, people that are absconding from bail. We have bondsmen that go out and try to arrest people. If we're doing something, they're not going to be alone. If they're dressed like that, they're not going to be alone, okay?
Yeah.
But any other concerns you have with law enforcement as far as the human trafficking, be glad to sit down with you and cover anything you want to know.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Yeah, my worry mainly is just honestly, if we do have a pattern of not necessarily identifying correctly or masking up, it does make it hard to know necessarily if things are legal or not. Now, I will say the neighbor said that his generator was stolen, so it's very possible that we're dealing with someone impersonating a police officer, but that is the dynamic that is a worry.
Most likely.
Thank you.
Ms. Eastep, did you report this to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office, the theft of the generator?
Yes.
All right.
Well, no, it's his generator, so he would have to report it.
But did he report it?
I don't know. He wasn't home when he was moved from the area because he didn't feel safe. So he was a renter at the time. And I had mentioned some tenants' rights, but frankly, the main point is public safety.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
There's a commissioner that Sydney called in the queue, so hold just tight. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly.
Since the sheriff was, David Silas was called up, I got a question. Do we have any instances of individual impersonating officers in Richmond County?
Very long time, sir.
Or they just haven't been caught?
Well, we've caught them.
I do have, so I saw it, my husband saw it, including the gear and the police on the back, full armor, honestly. And I have a picture of the unmarked black Ford truck and license. I've redacted the license for protection, but like y'all have it.
Well, and like I said, you can buy that stuff online, you can, do whatever.
That is the problem, yeah.
But if you have a tag number, we'll be glad to sit down with you and go through that. We have nothing to hide or where we're, doing things and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, again, I'm more about environment lift, so like blame and all that, not as much, but if this continues to happen, the environment makes it a lot more likely to be a danger. So just knowing that is probably enough. I'm not gonna file a report.
Yeah, because
I just hope it doesn't
we're
happen
not the
again.
only law enforcement
He's left.
agency that comes into the county. Okay.
Understood. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Eastep. Have a great day. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next delegation D, Mr. Lawrence Brannon, relative to the 2026 budget adoption that impacted discretionary NGOs.
I think Mr. Brandon has asked that that delegation be deleted.
Next, item E, Ms. Linda Williams, regarding public sewer infrastructure expansion policies and procedures.
Ms. Williams, good day. Thank you so much for being here. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address, please.
Linda Williams.
Your address?
660 Bennett Mill Road, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Linda Williams, District 8 property owner on Bennett Mill Road. I'm currently working through a rezoning process, and through due diligence, learned that the lack of sewers significantly limits development along this corridor. I'm here to understand how sewer infrastructure planning works at a policy level and how areas like Bennett Mill Road can be evaluated for future consideration. Is Bennett Mill Road currently in any long-range sewer or infrastructure planning? If it's not currently planned, what is the correct process for requesting that Corrado be evaluated. Would the county ever consider sewer extensions based on Corrado-wide benefits, not just a single parcel? At what point does utilities typically conduct a high-level feasibility review for something like this? Are there any cost-sharing or reimbursement mechanisms that county has used when sewer unlocks development in underserved areas?
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you for that statement. There's a quandary of colleagues that are in the queue, so just sit tight. Chair recognizes first Commissioner from the district in which you live, from District 8, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
I'm not sure I've ever been part of a quandary, but ma'am, thank you for coming. And frankly, sewer access in our district is pretty much non-existent. There's actually a proposal that you'll be hearing later on today about a SPOS project that we're hoping to add that would expand sewer service all the way to the county line in South Richmond County, which would then provide access for Bennett Mill Road and other areas of South Richmond to have sewer access. I live off Brown Road. I don't have sewer. Much of our district does not. Upwards of 90% of it does not have access to sewer. I'm sorry to hear that you're going through this process of trying to have your property rezoned. What kind of project are you trying to do on your?
Well, I'm just doing a residential for now. Residential.
Like a neighborhood? Or?
Family home.
Or just one? I mean, we can still have septic tanks. That's what I have, and I know that it escalates the cost greatly of having to have a septic tank, but Director Bine is here. I'm not sure what the time frame would be if that SPOS package is approved. If you want to come up and fill us in, it may help you with your project. But thank you for bringing this up, because this is something that we've been trying to make happen for quite a long time, and unfortunately, we're still trying to find funding for it, and that's really the big cost. Like this project is upwards of 30 million.
Correct.
So it's a big ask just to get the main trunk line in, and that doesn't even entail the individual accesses to roads and everything else. So it's going to be a big lift. Director Bond.
So the proposed SPOS package for the development in that area is about 30 million and about 3 years of development time to finish design, environmental procurement for the wetland permits, the easements, all those things that would go along with procuring a project of this size. The Bennett Mill Road project is off a little bit downstream and would require an additional lift station in order to serve that corridor. That's what we're seeing out there right now is development around the edges as everybody's excited about what could be coming. And so as such, we've got McBean Creek, Little Spirit Creek, and the area right by the river, which have a little bit different needs, but are part of a longer-term comprehensive look, as it is the only basin that's not sewered, in a large format. It doesn't provide a trunk main in the area.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Williams, I also live in District 8, live in the city limits of Hetsborough. One thing that I have found out, everybody on Bennett Mill Road, Horseshoe, the ground perks well. Like Director Westbine said, it's going to be 3 to 5 years down the road before you will even see the main trunk line for the sewage. But if you're going to build your house, all you got to do is call the Department of Health, apply for a septic tank, and they'll come out there and test the ground, the soil, and it's a approved method. I haven't seen anybody get turned down yet unless you live in a wetland area. So good luck on your venture, but you don't need county sewage to build a house, okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. Ms. Williams, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Our last delegation, item F, Mr. Brian Green, relative to the consequences of consolidation.
Mr. Green, Happy New Year and welcome, sir. For the record, please state your name and address.
Brian Green, 2429 Mount Auburn.
All right, Mr. Green, you have 5 minutes, sir.
See if we got the subtitle of it's only 84 minutes. I thought that we put that on there, but.
You see on the subtitle, there's what?
Ms. Madam Clerk, I thought we added that. It would have been on there. It's
Well,
only
it
84 minutes.
should be in their agenda books. We copied your request to appear.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to make sure y'all were aware of the 84 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll
Here to talk about a little bit. I was inspired. I read something just yesterday from Mr. Horton. I think it's Doug Horton. He was an academic from 19th century, and he said, "We don't always get what we want, but we always get what we deserve." So my theme today, we're talking about consolidation, this consolidated government. The real question is, are we getting what we deserve? And it's a really good rhetorical question moving forward in 2026. Few things I want to mention today. One of them concerns, let me stop, back up. First of all, I think you all did how should I say this? I think you did a good job. I think you did what was necessary on this last budget. I think that's something that should have been done in 1996. Had it been done in 1996 on their first budget hearing after we consolidated, we probably wouldn't be here today. That part, as far as that goes. I know that's not typical the way you probably budget, balance a budget, but that had to be done because guess what? That lines right up with the real principle of consolidation, which means a more lean government, a more efficient government. So I think that this commission actually did something that no other commission has done. I mean, you all got that done. So the commission 10 years from now, 20 years, cannot say, oh, they never did it. It's been done, and it was painful. And I was listening to some of the comments today. Those are some of the unintended consequences, this thing about Nat Geos. And of course, sitting back there, I was like, man, before you go up there, you got to come up with some money for these Nat Geos. So I'm going to include that in here. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking Nat Geo, Discovery Channel. I watch too much of it. NGOs, my bad. Right. So, but by doing that, I think you're doing the community a service. And it is painful, but again, I just think it was about 29 years late on that. So moving forward, maybe you set a precedence now, we can get this government to where, because I didn't vote for consolidation. If I went back on it, I still wouldn't vote for consolidation based on what the experts say, not me. It's what the experts said about consolidation. But nevertheless, I just want to say that to you all. One concern I've had concerning our consolidation is what we've done with public transit. That public transit is very special to me. I've had to use public transit. I had good experiences on public transit, got to where I need to go. But they've just been gutted. I hope there is a way, Mr. Mayor, and this commission, that you're able to direct or redirect some funds to our public transit. Hence, this is where the 84-minute remark, and I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, talking about the 84 minutes, which is an hour and 24 minutes. Because where that comes from, with y'all having a discussion about one of the routes, and they said, well, we're not cutting the route, we just cutting one, but it's only 84-minute more wait. And so I just want to ask the commissioner, if you don't think that's major, at the end of one of your long meetings, we just, after you adjourn, we then go another 84 minutes and we answer questions from the, the audience, and we just hang around for another 84 minutes, right? And I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but I'm just trying to make a point.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look at the weather out there. This is real. And another thing I want to say, Why are we continuing to farm out to public transit? Are they bringing, I mean, you're having to pay a company to run public transit. Where's the beef? Or where's the where are the funds that they've generated? Have they come up with some great routes, great new routes? So what are the benefits to that? They seem to somehow went underneath the knife. The way that thing was slinging around, I thought they would have caught it too. So when you're voting on this, that's something to consider. But moving forward, I'd just like to say, and another thing, are we going to really put $10 million, Mr. Mayor, as far as our consolidated government, on a facility, one facility, community facility, when we can divvy that money up and put it towards some NGOs in the future?
You read it right on the head. 5 minutes. Mr. Green, you know you're always welcome here. We thank you, sir, for all those comments. Just hold on a second. We have a commissioner from the 9th that would like to add some context to your delegation. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I would just like to make a statement about transportation, the bus transportation. I think I got about 8 calls on Friday with people not able, especially the wheelchair accessibility, only 2, from my understanding, 2 wheelchair can get on the bus at one time. And I think
on paratransit or on the buses?
On the bus.
On the bus, okay.
And I think it was Friday, it was raining, and the bus had stopped coming, every whatever minutes they come, they had went to the new. So I hear your pain, and I will be coming to our colleagues asking if it's something else that we can do about the transportation of our citizens standing out there in the rain, or if one wheelchair is picked up at this area and then the next one at the next end. If there's someone at the third stop, then that person will have to wait for another 90 minutes or whatever the wait time is for another. So thank you for bringing that forward. And I'm not sure what I will be asking, but I definitely see that there's going to be some issues that we're going to have for people that ride public transportation. Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Green, for coming today.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. And Mr. Green, you're correct in that we need to be able to provide adequate transportation to those that need it. Oftentimes, I do monitor our buses, and I find them empty most of the time. So I believe strongly that there needs to be some route optimization, as well as routes that now are accessible to those that need it. One of our busiest corridors is at Windsor Spring and Tobacco Road. I don't think there's a bus that goes anywhere near that. So we need to find ways to find people to get them to where they need to be, instead of having all these big buses riding around town that are mostly empty and the routes not optimized.
Can I make a quick statement?
Yes, sir.
That's why when y'all think if y'all going to redo this contract with this another company, they need to come with that. They need to come with some bread and butter about how you're going to redo these routes, how you're going to generate funds in the city, or quite frankly, bring it back, because those people lost their benefits kind of when they had to go to work for a private company. They used to work for the city. And one other thing, Mr. Mayor and this commission, Uber is not cheap. I took one years ago, but that was years ago. Uber is very expensive. There is a pickup base of client base, you want to say, in South Augusta. If you all would just kind of open your minds up to it, it may surprise you on the ridership that's waiting to happen in South Augusta. And nobody from transit asked me to come here and do this. They had no idea I was coming up. I just want to do that disclaimer.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I think as part of the new contract, a micro transit study is a part of that. So hopefully they will bring some solutions how we could, 1, decrease the wait times, 2, increase ridership. So I think that's part of the new contract, and that is something that we'll be discussing in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to the consent portion of our agenda. But before we go there, the commissioner from the 5th has asked for a point of personal privilege. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, everyone. Again, Happy New Year to everyone. Hopefully your holidays was enjoyable and you had a time of reset for sure. So wanted to issue a challenge to all of our department directors. February is one of the themes for February will be High School Job Shadowing Day. So February 2nd, 2026, the Richmond County School System will be accepting, they are currently accepting applications for those that will open up their departments, open up their businesses, or otherwise to allow our youth the opportunity to shadow. I think all of us that have been in here, I think all of us in here are not in school anymore, but we were in that that kind of unknown of determining what's next steps. I think the best way of doing this has always been to open up our youth to as many opportunities and experiences to help shape and form their decisions of what they want to do in life. So directors, I have the application link here. Please accept the challenge. Let's get as many of our youth to be able to come in and participate in this program. But I think it will be absolutely important for us to continue to build and establish the pipeline of our folks that live right here in the community, our youth, and cultivate their minds into job opportunities and industry options that many of them probably never even thought about or considered. I'm looking at our interim finance director. I know you're probably looking for some recruits to take your place and others. But again, I think this is a great opportunity for us to partner with the school system, but more importantly, to impact some of the youth in our community. So I've issued the challenge to our directors, but I also issue the same challenge to many of our industry leaders out there, businesses, law enforcement as well, so that we can participate in this program. They're looking for half day, 3 to 4 hours, or full day, 6 to 7 hours. They're even open to allowing tours, task observations, mentoring, and then of course providing Q&A opportunities for them. The deadline for the submission is coming up pretty quick. So everybody go ahead and jump in this. I'll pass this to the administrator and team. If we can please disseminate this out to our directorates and so that they can be a part of that for sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Madam Clerk, I think we're prepared for the consent portion of this agenda.
You want to accept the addendum agenda in the event you may want to add those to consent?
Yes, ma'am.
Put it up on the screen.
Can we get it on the
We
screen?
will, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
She's putting it up.
All right. Colleagues, is there any objection to adding these 7 addendum items to today's agenda? Madam Clerk, do we need to read them in for the record, please?
On the addendum agenda?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
We can
ma'am.
do that. Item number 1 is a motion to reject the unsolicited proposals for the revitalization of the Vernon Forest Park. Item number 2 is to approve and authorize the 4th renewal of the solid waste and recycling front load services agreement with Coastal Waste and Recycling of Georgia. Item number 3 is to approve and authorize 1-year extension of the Augusta downtown receptacle and noncompliance and illegal dumping waste disposal contract with Coleman Sanitation. Also approve $450,000 to fund these services. Item number 4 is to approve and award construction contract to the M. Mitchell Group in the amount not to exceed $408,731 for concrete flatwork repairs related to Hurricane Helene storm damage project. Award is contingent upon receipt of signed contracts, proper bonds, and contract associated documents. Item number 5 is to approve and award construction contract upon maintenance of Augusta LLC in an amount not to exceed $480,960 for Hurricane Helene damage stormwater ponds repair project. Item number 6 is to approve supplemental funds for construction contract supplement to Reeves Construction in the amount of $506,533.87 For additional water utilities construction, $458,207.50. For Damascus Road resurfacing for Riceboro Road improvements, Jackson Road to Highland Avenue project. Funding is critical for continuity of in-progress construction completion by Masters 2026. Item number 7 is to approve 1-year renewal of the Encuesta for Augusta Utilities Department.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, is there any objection to adding these 7 items to today's agenda?
Second. So we can do it without objection?
Can we do it without objection?
Okay.
Madam Clerk, hearing or seeing no objection, these 7 items are added to today's agenda.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move forward.
Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 5. Items 1 through 5. For the benefit of any objectors to our planning petitions, we will read those petitions, and once they're read, if there are any objection, would you please signify your objection once the petition is read. Call your attention to item number 1. It's a requesting a rezoning from a Zone A agriculture and a B2 general business to a Zone A agriculture, affecting property located at 5940 Deans Bridge Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objections to this matter? Madam Clerk, hearing or seeing none, let's continue with the next item.
Item number 2 is a request for concurrence for rezoning from a Zone R1, one-family residential, and a R3B, multiple family residential, to a Zone R1, one-family residential for an existing church, affecting property located at 2500, 2502, 2504, and 2516 McDowell Street, and 1405 Arsenal Avenue, 1420 Montesana Avenue. Are there any objectors?
Any objections to this matter?
None noted.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's continue.
Okay. Item number 3 is a requesting a special exception for an existing church for property located at 2500, 2502, 2504, 2516 McDowell Street, and 1405 Arsenal Avenue. This will be Zone R1, one-family residential, and R3B, multiple family residential. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to this matter? Madam Clerk, hearing or seeing none.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 5 with no objectors to our planning petition.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add this to the consent agenda, if you would not mind.
Yes, sir.
Under the addendum item, Madam Clerk, like the consent agenda item number 1, agenda item number 2, agenda item number 4, agenda item number 5, and what we had found out with agenda item number 5, anything to do with the hurricane, we'll get 75% reimbursement. County puts up 25. Agenda item number 6, Madam Clerk, and agenda item number 7.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you have those? That's everything with the exception.
Okay.
That's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any objection to any of those? I don't see any. All right, Madam Clerk. Next, we have Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
Thank you. I'd like to add item number 8 from the agenda to consent. And also, it's my understanding, Madam Administrator, that item number 3, that 450 is already budgeted, correct?
On the addendum.
On the addendum.
On the agenda, which item? Sorry.
On the addendum.
3.
I don't have the addendum.
Huh?
Thank you.
So there's questions on that? Okay, so just item number 8.
Number 3, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, it's budgeted. Yeah.
The Commissioner from the 8th has asked that we add item number 8 from the regular agenda to the consent agenda. Is there any objection to that from any of this governing body? Hearing or seeing none. It's added to the consent agenda. All right, Madam Clerk, there's no further colleagues in the queue.
Motion to approve
There's a
agenda
motion.
as stated.
There's a motion from the commissioner from the 8th, second from the commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Let's give her an opportunity to get it on the screen. And we're prepared to vote. Ready to vote.
Mr. Woodley. Okay, Johnson's out. Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Jordan Johnson out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go to item number 6, please.
Item number 6 is to receive updates from Redwood, Inc. regarding safety and property improvements at the Bonaire and Richmond Summit apartment complexes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Jack Long here on behalf of Redwood. As you recall, we were before this commission in August, at the beginning of August, and you asked us to come back and give just an update as far as construction goes on both the improvements being done at the Bonaire Apartments as well as the Richmond Summit. Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Rice, these a list of what these improvements were previously emailed at the end of November, but I'd like to go through them with you today just so for public interest it can be broadcast what we're doing and what has been done. As you know, my client acquired these properties a few years ago, and they were distressed, for lack of a better word, and had many years of deferred maintenance. Since then, they have undertaken the following improvements. 100% of the units have been upgraded. What that means is the units have essentially been gutted. The new flooring, carpet, or laminate has been put in each unit. Brand new kitchen cabinets have been put in each unit. Brand new quartz countertops have been put in each unit. New light fixtures and brand new stainless appliances in 100% of the units. At both the Summit and the Bonaire, there have been unit and site accessibility improvements and upgrades, things to bring both of these historic properties up to code and make them more accessible for the residents. On the Bonaire, exterior stucco repairs were made, and then facade upgrades were made on both buildings. That included, well, as of today, new and improved window units. Y'all may have seen the cranes downtown at the Summit over the last few months in the fall and at the Bonaire, and those projects have been completed. In addition, at both units, both buildings, rather, upgrades.
Mr. Long, can you clarify? I recall at the Bonaire, they were putting a new system in that did not require window units. So are you putting new window units at?
Windows, not window.
Oh, windows, okay.
Windows.
Windows,
Did I
okay.
say units?
Yeah,
I apologize.
okay.
New windows.
New windows.
New windows.
But there are new
Yes,
window units at the Richmond Summit because they didn't have a centralized system. Did you put a centralized system in there?
Correct. So, and getting to that, both the at both properties, new centralized systems for heat and cooling were installed and have been completed. That includes, at both properties, new AC cooling towers, water pumps, heat pumps, and a new boiler system. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Upgrades to the fire suppression system on both properties. Very importantly, a new security camera system and access controls at both properties. What that means is that a key fob is required generally for residents getting in. There are both on-site and remote security at both properties. And so and per a recommendation of, I believe, Mr. Mayor, as well as some members of the Sheriff's Department, Redwood, in fact, changed the security provider at the Bon Air in late summer, and has been since then very happy with its current provider for on-site security. In addition, there are upgraded community amenities, including a library, a fitness center, and a business center. At the Bon Air and at the summit, we've also, pursuant to security meetings conducted just before the August 5th meeting of this commission and immediately following, that involved some of the commissioners as well as representatives of the Sheriff's Department. Redwood has installed automatic license plate reader cameras, or a flock system, which the Sheriff's Department is able to link to, and that helps identify bad actors before they do something wrong. If a car is stolen, or if there is a person who has an automobile that has a warrant out for their arrest or something, that enables the Sheriff's Department to know where they are sooner before they have an opportunity to commit a crime. New exterior doors with alarms have been installed. Additionally, at the Bon Air, where there's a larger footprint, if you will, additional fencing and vehicle gates with access controls have been installed in the rear. Exterior lighting has been added at both properties. Both properties have, like I mentioned, had a window replacement as well as a new roofing system installed. Parking lot improvements at the Bon Air. Modernization of all the passenger elevators at both properties. At the Richmond Summit, there are 2 elevators. At the Bon Air, there are 3 elevators. There is a 4th elevator shaft that I believe was originally designed for a service elevator, but has not been operational as any kind of elevator in probably more than 40 years. The Bon Air is planning on adding a 4th passenger elevator to the Bon Air, and is working with ThyssenKrupp Elevator Company to install that. But I think at the last time Mr. Mayor and 2 of our commissioners were there, we had 1 elevator at the Bon Air that had been totally retrofitted, and the other 2 were in progress. Those 2 now have all new motors and systems and things like that. Upgraded common area finishes, including refinishing of historic terrazzo flooring, repainting ceilings, adding new light fixtures and furniture, and restoration of the lobby, terrace room, and other community areas at the Bon Air. While punch list work is ongoing, Redwood has actively prepared a ribbon cutting event and would invite all of you to participate. I will put up on the screen a copy of the invitation. It is for
Ms. Natasha.
Sorry. And I'll leave these for her as well. 10 o'clock at the Bon Air on Wednesday, February 4th, and then 2 o'clock at the Richmond Summit that same afternoon. Invitations went out, I believe, today by email, but if you didn't get it, you're certainly invited to attend the grand reopening. So essentially, that is the update as to the physical plant improvements. Since we were here last, we believe like things have gone well. We've had an inspection on site from representatives of the Georgia Trust for Historic Preservation, which has a easement, so to speak, over certain parts of the Bon Air. I did a site visit and walk through with them. I want to say it was October or thereabouts this fall, and they had no noted concerns of any significance. We're happy with some of the repairs that had been made for the areas that they had an easement over. We've had, as I mentioned, just before our last appearance before the commission and immediately following, we've had security walkthroughs at both the Bon Air and the Summit with representatives of both the private security companies that have been engaged to provide security, as well as members of the Richmond County Sheriff's Department. Those went well. I believe a few of you attended those meetings, and those security plans that were created have been followed through with. As a result, we've seen a notable improvement in security at both properties. And then finally, we have started a town hall type meeting periodically. I believe Commissioner Slinback and Commissioner Rice attended our last one of those, just to receive sort of input from residents and other members of the community or suggestions. We plan to continue to have those. So overall, I think things are going well, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Attorney Long. Just for the record, can you state what type of investment this has been on behalf of your owners for these two properties?
I wasn't prepared to give you an exact dollar figure, but I mean, I can tell you it's in the millions of dollars. You know, if you I know you're, Mr. Mayor, you've had the benefit of going through this, but I mean, in these properties, but you go in, the carpet's new, the paint is new. It's a very significant capital investment at both of these properties.
Are all of those projects finished, or when is completion?
Yeah, everything I've mentioned is totally complete. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other work ongoing that we need to be aware of? Because I still see work being done at Richmond Summit. I mean,
well, with a 100-year-old building, there's always going to be work ongoing, right? So that's one of the joys of owning a historic property. But as I mentioned, the conversion of the former the empty shaft that used to house a service elevator at the Bon Air into an additional elevator, that has not been completed yet. They're sort of at the mercy of the elevator manufacturer for that. You know, okay. As elevators are custom designed and engineered units, and you're sort of just on their schedule whenever one of the two predominant elevator companies can get to you. But that was sort of an additional thing, not not repairs to an existing structure. But everything I've gone through on this list is completed.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Rice, I see you in the queue, but at some point I'm going to ask Major Robbie Silas with the Sheriff's Office to come up, and I think there's a neighborhood representative that would also like to speak. But right now I yield to the Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice from the 3rd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Attorney Long, for being here. I would like to see, I don't have it right in front of me, but the the plan, the phases 1 and 2 that we asked to make sure were completed by the end of the year. Do you have to put up on the screen so that we can have
Commissioner
a
Rice,
copy?
we emailed you that, I believe, on
I'm looking for
November the 28th.
Okay.
But I will put up on the screen a copy of the email to you, which details those improvements.
All right. Can we leave that, please? And I'm going to ask Mr.
Major Silas.
Major, to come up here and talk to us about some of these improvements, just to make sure that, just to confirm that this has been taken care of.
On behalf of the Sheriff's Office, we are very excited and to say that they have done pretty much everything that we have asked of them. There are a couple of things on the punch list that are being addressed. If the residents and the community is not happy about this place, there's something wrong. This place is now in the hands of the residents to help take care of this place. I mean, it is beautified inside and out, both places. We have a couple of little security things that we're working on. We have now a real-life crime center at our 400 building. We have the cameras linked to our building down there to where we have people monitoring what's going on up there. We did a walkthrough today and saw some big improvements with the fencing, the gates, the security on site. So there's a lot of things that they've done to make improvements there, and we are happy to say we're you know.
Okay, so the call volume, everything, the call volume compared to 6 months, 7 months ago?
All that has dropped, not only for us, but other entities within county government, from the 311 center, probably even to the commissioners, that you've not gotten the phone calls that you normally have. And like I say, those places are really turning out to be nice.
Okay, so just making sure that we've gotten phase 1 improvements done and 2, and we're staying on top of this to make sure that everything is completed. I have noticed with my constituents, for the most part, I have not received as many emails and calls as I had several months ago, but as a commissioner, and to help continue to help my constituents out, I'm going to stay on top of this to make sure that we're doing taking care of everything. Did we have a phase 3? Does anybody know from Redwood? Do we have a phase 3 in the future, or no? Or is this it?
This is it.
Okay. All right. Well, I would like to call somebody up. Do we have anybody here from Redwood?
I'm here on their behalf, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. All right. So nobody from the.
Okay. We have their building manager here, but I'm speaking on their behalf.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna yield and allow somebody from District 3 to come up and speak.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner, is there a representative from the neighborhood who would like to come up and speak? Yes, ma'am. Would you come to this podium right here? And for the record, will you please state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Kathy Dolan, and I reside at 808 Village Road, on the corner of Village Road and Cumming. The Bon Air is in my backyard.
Thank you, ma'am, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Since probably over the past year, my husband and I have befriended many, many residents in the Bon Air, and we have become very close to them. And not to argue with what Attorney Long said, but there are still units as of today that do not have heat and air. We know those people, and as I stated at the last commission meeting to Attorney Long when he said they all had heat and air, I introduced him to 3 women who did not have heat and air and had not had it for 6 years. And he said they needed to follow protocol, and they had followed protocol to 2 levels with nothing back in return. One woman that he spoke with, she does have central heat and air now. She has several friends in the Bon Air that still do not have heat.
Attorney Long.
Judge, Mr. Mayor, first of all, I'm sorry, I'm used to being in court. I was in divorce court all morning. But I'll say this, I'm unaware of those concerns. I seriously question how often Mrs. Dolan has been inside the Bon Air or inside of any unit. But I would stress to any tenant, if there is any building concern, to address it with building management.
As they've done.
Well, again, we don't have I'm unaware of any of the residents that are here making complaints. We're hearing from a neighbor who is sort of making hearsay statements of what she's heard. I don't think that really should carry very much weight. I would also note that one of the friends Ms. Dolan was advocating for at the last meeting, following the meeting, attempted to immolate himself and set the building on fire.
Sir, we're not here to discuss any of that. We're here.
No, sir. I think it puts some of the context of the Dolans in perspective.
All right, Ms. Dolan, please continue.
I'm going to try to continue.
Okay.
Second, these people have befriended us. They are not making this up. They are scared still of retaliation if they call people, of being kicked out. These are people, and they want to stay there. We want them to stay there. They're our friends. We think that they deserve a safe and nice place. They have done a lot of work in the Bon Air, but they are not finished. And she also told me—
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to object. I think that, to allow a resident to just state hearsay on the record is a bit reckless.
While I would agree with you, I think you said that there's a maintenance manager that's here. Is there a representative for maintenance?
We have the property manager here.
Property managers, are they here? Where are they?
We have the property manager right here.
Come on up, man.
Come up and speak.
Come to me. But I mean, I'm not.
And the reason I say these are some serious concerns because when we were there over the summer, we did experience a lot of units that did not have air conditioning, and here we are now. And even though the days are going to be warm, it's cold outside, and if people are paying their rent, they should have proper heating and air conditioning. And Madam Manager, I'm going to ask you: do you have any complaints of any units that right now does not have air conditioning?
Currently, we do not have any that have no heat and air.
So everybody has operable heating and air.
Everybody should have operable heating.
Mr. Mayor, I think some of the concerns that were made prior were when these new systems were going online and we had to cut out, service to a section of the building. And as we explained then, those affected residents were given the opportunity to either move to a hotel during the work when the windows were coming out, when they didn't have air conditioning, when the windows were being replaced and the chilling towers being replaced. Again, I can't sit here and say there's never a maintenance concern with any one of hundreds of individual units, but I can say that when those concerns are brought to management, they're resolved promptly.
All right, thank you. I'm on yield for just a second to the commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm listening back and forth, so I'm taking it all in here. I wanted to see if there was a way, Ms. Dolan, you said there were 3 that you know of that do not have. Is there a way we can get their name and somehow or another so that we can make sure?
We'll give those to you. Yes,
Okay.
I will get those names.
That way we can make sure. What else are they? Heat? No heat?
They were talking about no heat and that there had been recently a rat problem in the building and several of the units were leaking water, attracting the rats.
Okay. We can't have that.
So that was brought to my attention. I asked if there was anything that I could say because I have another concern about the Bon Air, and I asked the residents if had any concerns when I went down there that I could speak on their behalf.
Okay, so if
concerns.
Okay, thank you. So if I could get the 3 that do not have heat, so that we can make sure that they do get heat and that they are looked at and this is addressed.
Okay.
Also,
and I will find the areas of the Bon Air where the rats were seen and the water is leaking.
Yes, that would help out. Anything and I'm going to ask this. You have seen some improvements though on the outside and
we've seen some improvements on the outside, which brings me to my second question. We live in Somerville, historic Augusta, and we go by the guidelines of historic preservation. I go before HPC if I want to paint something a different color or put a new roof on my house. We spent over $1,000 to get a drawing to put a roof on an area that is 4 feet by 4 feet. Gladly, we know what the situation, what we have to do living in historic Augusta. And I texted the mayor and the commissioner in regards to the Bon Air has not come before HPC. And I talked to the head of HPC and they said they have not asked about paving. They haven't asked about the new fence that they put up or closing up the historic ballroom windows. None went to HPC for any kind of approval. So what kind of precedent are you setting? Let the Bon Air do whatever they want to do. They're in the same jurisdiction that I'm in. So you're setting a precedent that I can just do whatever I want to do, which is not good for our city. It is not good for the historic part of Augusta. And why do they have special privilege to do what they want to do? And they have not, and HPC only gets information when they apply for a permit, which they also did not do, or the permits were bypassed.
Oh, Commissioner, if you may, Mr. Long, you mentioned that some historic group came by to approve your work. Who were you referring to?
So, Mr. Mayor, the Bon Air is actually several different parcels of real estate on the tax digest. And as is common with many historic properties, the Georgia Trust for Historic Preservation has a preservation easement on certain components of it. That includes things like a knee wall that goes around the perimeter of the property as Walton Way curves around. a circular driveway and, parts of different parcels that the Bon Air sits on, and they do a periodic review. I think my understanding is that the review had been delayed because of the hurricane, but they actually scheduled a review this fall. I met with a representative of that entity. She came out, walked the property together, noted some improvements to the brickwork and paving, and signed off on it. So I'm not sure what Ms. Dolan's complaints regarding lack of permitting are. I'm unfamiliar with those, but I would also highly question the last time Mrs. Dolan has been on site.
Sir, she lives next. Let's not go there, Mr. Long. All right.
I
Thank
agree.
you. All
Thank
right.
you, Mayor.
All right.
Mayor, I go back to the Georgia Trust is a different entity from the Historic Preservation Society in Augusta. If you buy historic property, you know when you buy it, if you make changes to the outside of your property in any way, you go before the Historic Preservation Commission and you get permission to do so. We've done it with the brick wall, we've done it with iron fencing, we've done it with roofing, everything that we've done. Why does the Bon Air not have to do that? We all in Somerville have to do that, except the Bon Air.
While I would agree with you, the work is done now, basically, right?
The work is complete, Mr. Mayor, and I would note that it was done in concert with the city and the License and Inspection Department, who oversaw and sort of supervised all these improvements and have given it their apparent blessing. So.
Yeah. All right, Commissioner Rice.
I've got a question too. Can we have, I'd like to have code enforcement as well come up and speak on behalf of about compliance. Also, phase 2 should have been something that should have gone under historic preservation, or historic preservation should have been discussing this with the department to have it put on the agenda. Obviously, it didn't happen. So we are where we are. I agree. I've lived in Somerville and been in Augusta for a long, long time. And I know from a few homes that I've had that anything I wanted to do, we had to, I remember cutting down 2 magnolia trees and we didn't go through historic preservation and got in big trouble. But other things we did, we had to go through historic preservation. So Ms. Dolan's right. I want to find out, though, with compliance changes, I want to find out what kind of calls have been going on, and then we'll have to discuss this other security, why historic preservation wasn't contacted. Why didn't the department, departments usually, if I'm not mistaken, have to work with the historic preservation for it to go on their agenda. Is that not correct? Anybody on this? No, yes, ma'am. Oh, no.
That's what I was told.
But also, that's what I would have thought. And I'm asking some of my colleagues about historic preservation. Do y'all know how? Come on up, please, Mr. Vassar.
Interim Director Vassar, thank you for being here, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. To my understanding, it was approved at the staff level. Sometimes we have administrative levels that you can approve things on, so the windows was approved at staff level. So that was the only reason why I didn't go to HBC. It was about 2-3 years ago. It was approved by staff.
Okay, and
you said the paving and fencing? I will have to get some more information on the paving and the fence. I'm not sure on that one.
okay, well, we've been talking about this, and it has been something that I have been on a mission about, but we talked about, I know that the fencing was a discussion several months ago, and it's up, and it's better than having nothing at all.
That's correct.
But I want to hear from you about anything that you've noticed on your end. You've been through the Bon Air. Wanted to hear.
Well, I can tell you, in the last, since September the 1st, 2025, we only have had 3 complaints. And that was 3 violations. And that, when you call it violation, 3 complaints of call-ins about issues at the Bon Air. 2 of them was for the elevators, but they always had a working elevator. This was during the times that they was replacing the old elevators. Then we had, in December, we got 1 call on the heat. And when that was replaced, I think it was December 10th. 3-4 days later, they replaced it, and we went out, and the case was closed. So we haven't had many issues with Bon Air. Richmond Summit, we haven't had really no complaints with that. I think we replaced a refrigerator. We had a refrigerator replacement, and that's been the only issue they ever had.
Okay. Well, I do know that I have received, and I'll say this, I have received calls about the fencing, that there were people that are happy with the fencing, that it's finally secure. And I see where Ms. Dolan's coming from. It's about following the rules of HPC. Really, I don't know what to say about that, except for that HPC should have been coordinating with the department, and the work's been done.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think HBC is involved at a certain level, but I'm not 100%. I don't want to speak on the wrong thing on that. But I do know it was approved at staff level, like I say, about 2-3 years ago, I guess when the project was first getting started. I wasn't here at that time, but that's what I've been told.
Was there any historical context taken in place to make sure that it matched, I guess, the requirements from HPC or the original decor of the building? I would imagine, did your staff take that into consideration?
Yes, that's always in consideration when you're dealing with the historic area.
Okay.
Regarding the windows, those had already been, the original windows for the building had already been largely removed prior to my client's acquisition of this property. And I would just note that the replacement windows that went in that were approved by the department are of a much higher quality than the prior replacement windows that had been there.
Ms. Dolan, is there something you need to add?
The only thing I was going to tell you, Commissioner Rice, is I was informed by the head of the HPC that the only way that they know about an incident or an approval is they would get something from the permit office when they request a permit to put a fence up or to pave. They got none, so they had nothing on their agenda.
And was that the president of the HPC, that Mr. Dave Barbie?
That they received no permit requests for anything at the Bon Air.
Okay, all right. Make a note of that. All right, there are other people in the queue. I'm gonna let the mayor address others that are in the queue, and then I will come back to this.
All right, thank you. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Ms. Dolan, it's a lot easier hearing your voice than instead of Mr. Frank was here, because I promise you it wouldn't be as soft. But we actually have a gentleman here that serves on the HPC board, and Mr. Long, the HPC does have a big footprint in the historic, which you're aware of that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And, that we have seen in the past couple of years where people has been strong-armed by the HPC requiring them or to remove things that once it was up, it didn't fall underneath the HPC guidelines, then they had to remove it. And it actually had caused a lot of issues, a lot of problems. But my main thing is that when you had came before us before, that it was the safety
That's right.
of the residents, the safety of the neighborhood, the surrounding neighborhood, the residents. That was a big issue for me. I see that you had put up a fence supplied to security. Now, when it comes to the quality of life for the residents, I'm hearing that 3 of the residents doesn't have heat and air. The only thing I could ask you, Mr. Long, if you could verify, check, you got your manager there behind you to verify, because there has to be a protocol, process, procedure that if something's not working, you file a complaint and things are done in accordance. So if you could do that, naturally you won't be able to respond to that at this moment, because you're going to have residents watching what we're doing right now and go, well, damn, they never responded to me. And so it'll be a good time in a week, email the mayor, the administrator, the attorney, to let them know, hey, yeah, 3 did slip by, 4 slip by. You got a lot of residents in there. We just want to be, I'm not throwing accusations, I'd rather be safe than sorry to make sure that everybody is in compliance, and that does have heating in there.
So Commissioner Guilfoyle,
Yes, sir.
my building manager is telling me there's no, as of today, no open action items.
Right.
I will verify that, but I would also note that, and one thing Commissioner Rice, I believe Commissioner Slindak heard at one of our town hall, part of this is a bit of a culture issue. Teaching residents that when your refrigerator breaks, rather than calling your commissioner or calling the police or calling your neighbor, you go downstairs and talk to the building manager and explain, hey, my refrigerator's broken, I need to put in a maintenance ticket. And so, sometimes we hear of sort of anecdotal issues that seem like they're really escalated, but in reality, it's never even been reported to the building manager.
Mr. Long, we can
certainly look into that.
We have the same problem within the residents of Augusta, Richmond County. They bypass 311. They call the commissioner. It is the same protocol, same procedure. But what you got to understand is to realize is that some people don't know who to call.
Sure.
And so it might be good to inform the residents. I imagine there's postcards, notes, or you could put up on a billboard, hey, if you have any issues, please call, and put your manager's name and number down. Simple. But it would cause it'll prevent a lot of problems in the future. But the security of the surrounding area, because I do have a lot of good friends that lives around there, that in the past it wasn't pleasant to be around.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair recognizes our legal counsel, Mr. Jim Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, there were some questions about HPC and whether the protocols were followed. Rather than speculating what was done or not done properly, if you would give the law department and allow us to get with the planning department, we could probably come back in certainly by the next commission meeting and explain to y'all what happened or did not happen. Okay. I think it would be much better than this back and forth of what happened. So if you'll give us that latitude, we'd like to do that.
Put it on the January 20th. Is that feasible?
It'll be our intent to get it to you by the 20th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Good to see you, Attorney Long. Thank you, Ms. Dolan, for being here and voicing your concerns about the constituents in your neighborhood. On behalf of Commissioner Johnson, he had to leave on a family emergency, and I'm asking all of the commissioners and the constituents out there to please be in prayer for Mr. Johnson and his family. He did want me to say that we was getting so many calls from Richmond Summit. We're not getting as many, or we probably maybe 20 to 30 a week. We're down to maybe even 5 or 4, maybe 5 at least, and just stuff that they can take care of themselves by going down to the management. They are real excited about having security. They are kind of complaining about the scalpels still, around, and want to make sure that, but security and the complaints that they brought to us, we're not seeing as many because we are asking them to go back to management. And if they can't get it resolved with management, then they are calling us back and say, and we'll tell them 24 to 48 hours if you hadn't gotten it resolved. So we appreciate what Redwood is doing in trying to have a safe and clean environment for those constituents as well. So thank you all for what you're doing. Thank you, Ms. Dolan. Continue to come to us with your concerns. And I would like to, I have not made it to one of the tenants meeting, but please continue to reach out to me with the dates, because I do get the emails of when you're having the tenants meeting. So we got some more work to do. And it's continuing, especially with so many people in one location. So I applaud Redwood for stepping up because at one point we was getting promises, but with the insistence of Commissioner Rice staying on it, we are seeing some improvement. So thank you very much. And again, please continue to pray for the Johnson family.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott, and sorry to hear about Commissioner Johnson. We are praying for him and his family. Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice from the third.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll wrap this up, but I do want to continue to have Major Silas, if we could keep the quarterly tenant meetings up. That way we're staying on top of this and making sure that nothing's going to get slack and Redwood falls back down in 6 months. Let's continue to monitor and have meetings and keep us updated with the safety. That's top priority. And that's what we've been here to discuss, is the safety. And I want to say we've got to continue to have these meetings, at least, to make sure that we don't get slack. Not saying, I know Richmond County, y'all do an excellent job, and I appreciate Sheriff's Department, but just I want to make sure that we continue to have this meeting with Redwood involved, and you too, Attorney, so that we don't get as many calls as what we had been getting 6-7 months ago. But I do want to come back to the HPC part on January 20th. But, overall, it looks cleaner. It does. And like Commissioner from the 9th, Super District said, Francine Scott, she and Commissioner Johnson are not receiving near the calls. I'm not receiving as many calls, and I'd like to keep it that way. So that's why I say let's keep these meetings quarterly going on so that we can make sure we keep this progress going.
Yes, we'll also be attending the resident meetings as well.
Okay, all right. All right, is that it? Do you have anything, Director Vassar?
I would say we haven't received as many calls as well. They have went down tremendously as well.
Okay, all right. Let's just make sure, and I want to make sure that the three that don't have heat, they get their heat.
Yeah, we'll check into that as well.
Okay, and the rat problem?
Yes, we definitely. We haven't had any, like I said, we haven't had any calls on rodent issues, but we can check into it. We'll definitely come by and talk to the. We know her, so we'll come by and talk with her.
Okay, and if you'll keep me updated, I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank
you so much, Commissioner. Attorney Long, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dolan, thank you for being here.
Kathy, thank you for being here.
So we're going to get an update on January 20th regarding Historic Preservation Commission. Interim Director Vassar, you're going to update us on those potential 3 units as well as the rodent problem, correct?
Yes, sir. I'll definitely look into those.
All right. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
I think we're prepared to move on. Let's move on to the next item, please.
Mr. Mayor,
do we need to receive this as information? Is this,
yes, that would be good.
Is there any objection to just receiving this as information, colleagues? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Clerk, it is received as information. Let's move on to item number 7.
Item number 7 is also mirroring item number 1 on our Administrative Services Committee agenda. And the reason being is that the commission action directed that this matter come before the commission. Commissioner Rice is asking that it go to the January 13th meeting, which was not a part of the motion that was approved on the 7th. So technically, we can just delete 7 now.
We can delete 7.
But we had no authority to do that.
All right, is there any objection to deleting item number 7? No objection. There's no objections. Item number 7 is deleted.
Okay.
It's going to be nice when it comes.
All right. All right. Let's go to item number 9.
Item number 9 is to consider a proposal from Ms. LaShondra Robinson regarding segments of Oaks Creek maintenance, 1650 Olive Road.
All right. Is Ms. Robinson here? Who's representing Dr. Malik? Ms. Robinson, is that you?
Yes, it is.
Can you give us your name and address for the record, please?
LaShondra Robinson, 454 Furlough Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
Can you give us an introductory to this item, if you don't mind, please?
Yes, so this proposal is to maintain the stormwater drain located at 1650 Olive Road, where is one of our urban farms where we supply fresh produce, education, workforce development, and healthy prepared meals to the communities.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Malik, is there anything additional you need to provide, sir?
Yes, sir. So from the department point of view, this it's really not a drainage like stormwater. It's a part of the Oats Creek, where the Oats Creeks kind of open up from pipe segment to the open channel on that. It has a state mandated requirements of buffer because it's a water of state, so it's under the jurisdiction of Georgia APD and Corps of Engineers. So engineering practically maintain this creek, off and on an isolated basis. One of the things previously I noticed and brought it to everybody's attention is this mandated buffer requirements, that there should not be any active land disturbance activity within that 25-foot buffer, which extend beyond the fence. There is a fence around the creek boundary, but the 25-foot extend a little bit more into this parcel on that. So we have, the department representative, myself, Commissioner Tony Lewis was there. We met on site. The department proposal as a, middle ground was that we will do one time a year maintenance of this during the high growth period, which is somewhere in the third quarter, July to August and all that.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Colleagues, is there a motion to approve this?
Approving what?
You're approving the accept her proposal?
How much?
This.
Our proposal is different than what the department's saying. Our proposal is the city should pay $10,000 to her and she will maintain it.
Oh, okay.
That's what, yeah.
The liability alone, sorry, Mr. Mayor, liability alone, we have never done this, and it'll open up Pandora's box that I don't think we need to open at all.
What is your recommendation, Dr. Malik, for the record?
The department is offering, one-time maintenance of this segment during the high growth period, which, in our opinion, is somewhere in third quarter, like July, August, September, that time. And also, the property owner need to stay out of the state mandated buffer.
Okay. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Tony Lewis.
I don't know if we can legally do it because it's in Georgia waters.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Yeah, Dr. Malik and Mr. Gay and myself, we did visit the location, and I don't think we heard the proposal from Ms. Robinson. So if we could just hear what Ms. Robinson's proposal is, contrary to what Dr. Malik is proposing, then we can get a better understanding of what it is that she's attempting to do on said property, and we could make a better informed decision as to which direction we would like to go in. So if we would give Ms. Robinson an opportunity to address the body and let us know what your intentions are with this and how it's impacting where you are right now.
Yes, thank you. So from our previous meetings of me coming before you, I did offer some alternatives, which was to maintain that area more than once a year. And when we had the in-person site visit, we also confirmed that one cut a year is just not going to do it. That vegetation just grows steadily, of course, because it is connected to a body of water. However, just cutting it once a year is just not going to suffice. What I did recommend, I don't have my paperwork in front of me, it was a few cuts throughout the high months of increased vegetation, which would be the late spring and summer months. And I think I did 1 month in the winter. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So the proposal itself is to mow the 1650 corridor stormwater drain on both sides of the drain. And it's 128 feet. It had the perimeter included, which is 1,100 feet of coverage of that area. But the other alternatives was to mow that area. What Dr. Malik offered was to now decrease their support to once a year, which is over the past 3 years, they was offering me twice a year. And so his resolution was to decrease it to once a year now, which is going to further the negative impact and the damaging impact, not only on our operations, which is killing our crops where we grow fresh produce, fruits and vegetables for the community, to resolve not only hunger issues within the CSRA, but having a food desert and swamp within the CSRA. And so that alternative that he's implying is just not going to work to decrease the support. We have also talked about how the engineering department just don't have the manpower. They just don't have the people to do it, which is why I brought forth my proposal for us to maintain it. We have the licensing, we have the workforce to do it. We also talked about even spraying, which we also are licensed to spray as well, but that was also denied previously from the engineering department. So right now, it seems as if we're back to 3 years ago, where we're still facing this issue with no resolve.
Commissioner Lewis?
Yeah, Mayor Johnson, can I ask Attorney
Plunkett,
are there any legal issues or ramifications in allowing this group to maintain that particular area?
So Lewis, I think from a couple practical things is we would want to enter into some type of MOU for the maintenance, similar to a right-of-way issue and things of that regard. Obviously, with Dr. Malik's comment about this being protected space, we'd have to make sure that it's not being done within that area. What I think the proposal, when I saw it before, there was a proposal by the farm was to do the work, but for compensation. And if they were to be compensated, I think it would either, and I'd have to defer to procurement probably, but it would either be an unsolicited proposal or alternatively some type of RFP to go out. I was involved with one call about this, and we talked about possibly if they were, partnering with other food banks or something like that, we could do some, something maybe creative. But for her just to go cut the creek bed, I think you would need to have some type of hold harmless and some type of MOU. But I think to compensate her for that service opens up a lot of different things that you're going to have to think of, not only for that piece of property, but anyone who else that has right of way that may be overgrown. So I think that's a different. So there's two issues: compensation, and then safety issues or liabilities issues. But we could draft an MOU for her to do it if that's what they wanted to do.
Okay. So, Dr. Malik, Mayor Johnson, can I address Dr. Malik?
Yes, sir, proceed.
Dr. Malik, it is our understanding that this particular area was being serviced at least twice a year. And I just heard, based on your recommendation, to do a one-time at the height of the cutting season, which is around the summertime, June, July. in that area, and we realized the impact that that would have on that particular area for us to just cut it one time. Is there an appetite from engineering to at least do quarterly cuts in that area? And that would decrease or minimize the amount of growth and vegetation, because we do realize that because there is water there and vegetation is going to grow. Is there an appetite for us to be able to at least do it quarterly, and that would lighten the load for Ms. Robinson?
So,
Yes.
yeah, Commissioner, respond to your question. Really, this is a creek. I want to keep bringing up is a creek. It's not a drainage ditch and all that.
Right,
It's
right.
different, has different requirements, and Augusta does not maintain the creeks, and there are a lot of other. This has a little bit unique features built into it. There's some work done by Corps of Engineers to line some part of it. So that's the reason Augusta is more involved in this creek. If some, as far as frequency, probably before COVID, when there was enough workforce, they may be done more than once. But to my knowledge, that's only even it's not being done once a year. In the past, Corps of Engineer has a jurisdiction that came out and inspected this particular creek, and we did mow that time before the visit to make sure it's safe for them to walk around and all other things. So quarterly, giving the needs and demand countywide is really not feasible from department point of view. Also, it's going to open up because there's several requests engineering gets from several other neighbors where they complain about the creeks and the grass and all other things. So we have to deal with that if we do this. Secondly, I think my understanding is, Commissioner, previously the impact, because there was some activity within the buffer area, which was very close to the fence. Fences that where the red line is, yeah. And that may have affected what she is referring to. But right now, what I saw is that they are away from that 10-foot area. So there is a buffer in between the fence and their activity on that. So the vegetation, the grass is not going. I think that what her complaint is that wild wind, and they kind of run on the fence itself, and it's going to hang to the other side. And that's what, again, the spray, there's a licensing requirement now in place, and it has to be certain type and all. Again, it's a creek. We can maintain it, but really we cannot excessively cut either, this one. There are a few creeks right now even not meeting the water quality standard because of, some of these macrobes. They are not have sufficient food there to grow. So there are a few creeks, and that's put additional burden on the city really under MS4 permit to do additional work. So there are a lot of moving parts to this, what we can do and what we cannot. So it was just offering one time, which is we're going to put on the schedule one time. Yeah, if we have more resources in the near future, all other things, the frequency will go up, but the commitment, but I'm a middle ground, say, okay, we can do one time in a year during the high growth period.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for the attorney, please. Attorney is, I'm sure you're not up to speed on the Georgia waterways and what's allowed and what's not allowed. I'm sure you weren't ready for that question today, but in regards to what Dr. Malik is saying in the buffer zone as well as everything else that we're talking about here, would it put the city at a liability risk with the EPA and EPD if we were to pay to have somebody cut this?
Well, I think the thing is that if you were to contract with someone to cut, they're going to have to do that work compliant with state and federal law. So we can't just say, go mow down, green stuff that may be, plant materials and things of that nature in violation of anything. So the person would have to be compliant in that regard. So that creates just one more level of risk. But if it's the will of the body to have someone do this, and I said I could draft an MOU, obviously, that would be part of the obligation is that they comply with that. And we would obviously consult with engineering to make sure that we are, as you said, up to speed on all, water right kind of issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Stacy Pulling from the second. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. May I address a question to Attorney Plunkett?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Thank you. Attorney Plunkett, can you explain how this proposal differs from the Garden City Beautification Fund MOU?
You referred to, I think that's the fund that deals with
It's the fund that is used.
If I may, I think that's the one that is the right-of-ways where we cut and we contribute funds. I think there were some funds contributed by the county to do that.
Yes, sir. And we've contracted an individual.
And there's a MOU and in that regard, and that's sort of what I was thinking is, I think I either thought or said it would be something similar to like a right-of-way agreement. And so that's what I was referring to is we would have to have something similar in place.
Okay. But we do, in fact, I heard it stated, I'm not sure which one of my colleagues stated it, that we would be setting a certain precedence, but a certain precedence has already been set because we do have something similar to what she's asking for. And in a way, it depends on how you look at it. But there is, in fact, a beautification fund that's already here, and they are doing right-of-way maintenance. And what I hear Ms. Robinson asking is that she can, or even if it's not her, if it's someone else, if we contract someone else to be able to maintain this area so that she can not only keep it beautified, but also be able to provide food to those in need.
I think the two issues are somewhat distinguishable. One is the right-of-way, which is arguably the obligation of the Augusta to maintain their right-of-ways. But if they want to partner with someone to take care of that, this is the maintenance of a creek, which obviously has certain issues there, and to some extent, it is benefiting a single property owner in that regard. And so I think that's something that we would have to think about as well. When we do with right-of-ways, we're dealing with, the thoroughfares of Augusta benefiting all. Here, the question is, does this improve water flow or something like that that we would need to be thinking about? So that's my concern about that. As I mentioned, I think the fact that she contributes this produce to people in need or possibly in need, I think there's some ways that we could possibly structure something, but as to simply having the vegetation cut along someone's property, I think that's distinguishable from right-of-ways.
Okay. May I direct a question to Dr. Malik?
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Dr. Malik, Oates Creek, is this the same Oates Creek that runs through the Turpin Hill area?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, it's the same. And if I may
So,
add to the previous question, the right-of-way beautification program, just to bring refresh everybody. That is the part of the city program, entryway beautification. It was approved by the body and it's approved in the SPLOST, those funding. So that's not the maintenance of the drainage ditches or the creeks and all. There's two different programs. So, and it was led by the Augusta Convention Bureau and a few others. So that's a separate, independent, really completely different program than this. I just wanted to kind of refresh that, and that's basically is focused on entryways and beautification of the entryways to make Augusta presentable for people getting in and out. So this ask is completely different. This basically is maintaining the creeks, and that's basically going to be a new program if this body wanted to take that route.
If I could finish with my line of questioning. As far as Oates Creek is concerned, Oates Creek is the one creek that we are responsible to a degree to maintain to a certain degree, rather. Is that correct, Dr. Malik?
Yeah, that's correct, because of the federal funds was involved in improvement of this creek.
Okay, is where this portion of the creek lies, is there a cutoff point, or are we to maintain all of Oates Creek?
Yeah, it's the entire length of the creek is included, but that does not dictate us at what level the grass height should be, you know.
Okay.
It's the functionality of the creek itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we do have an obligation to maintain it because it's not like other creeks in Augusta. It's set aside, and it's different in the fact that we are to maintain it. We just have to dictate how often we want to maintain it as a body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so going back to your comments regarding how this is different from the beautification fund, I understand that that's for right-of-ways. What my line of questioning was more so pertaining to was the fact that there is an MOU that the city has for some type of maintenance. So we would not be necessarily reinventing the wheel. It's within the same vein, just one is for beautification of right-of-ways versus this being Oates Creek, where we have to determine how often we want to maintain a creek. So it's not completely different. We're not comparing apples to steak. We're comparing apples to oranges. And that's to put it elementary. Is that somewhat correct, Attorney Plunkett? Or am I completely off?
I think that your analogy that they're both fruits would be okay.
Okay.
I mean, I think there's obviously some nuances. The creek mentality, you know, the idea that it's a waterway and things of that nature. That's why I said I think if the will of the body was to do some agreement, I think we could draft an MOU that would get us to where everybody wants it to go.
Okay, all right, but this is not something completely new and different and opening up. It could open up people coming before us asking us questions, but they're going to do that regardless because that's what we're here for. So thank you very much, Mayor Johnson.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Robertson, you had said that Dr. Malik, the engineering department, stormwater department, or whatever department actually was in the previous had cut it twice a year. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. They were telling me that they will cut it twice a year, but it wasn't being done, and that's what brought me before the commission because it wasn't being done at all.
Okay. So if we did they cut it once a year?
No, it wasn't being cut at all. We were maintaining it, and we were submitting claims to the city, to the engineering department, claims department, and they was compensating us for maintaining it, and then it came to a stop.
Right. Well, from my position, we should not choose to pay residents to maintain a county ditch. It creates liability exposure, raises equity, ethics concern, complicates procurement rules, and ultimately costs more to manage than it saves. Ditch maintenance is a core public work function. It should remain with the trained crews under uniform standards. But Dr. Malik, this young lady has already been before us twice. I love what my colleague from the 6th was talking about is coming up with a program. Can we maintain it twice a year with no issues? And this whole issue goes away. Is satisfied, Ms. Robertson? It keeps that area clean as far as the ditch. Is that a problem?
I mean, given the resource, we have to pull the resource from other really
I
pressing needs.
I imagine you could find that a little bit.
To do that, so,
Yeah.
but if that's fill out the body,
We spent more time on this $10,000 issue than we spent 1.3 million previously that we approved.
Yes, sir.
So can we go ahead and just move forward on cutting this twice a year, please?
Sure.
Please. Or do I need to make a motion for that?
No, I mean, either way.
All right, make a motion.
I mean, I heard you all, so.
All right, make a motion that we require to maintain this ditch twice a year.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I think it'd be in the form of a substitute motion.
All right, the attorney is saying it needs to be in the form of a substitute motion.
Yes. I believe Ms. Scott was previously
No.
made a motion.
Oh, so it was seconded by Commissioner Clark.
No, but I'm saying that Ms. Scott had an original motion
to approve her
proposal.
Okay. Yes.
I think the substitute motion would take care of that.
Yeah, right.
And I do want to say thank you, Commissioner Lewis, for bringing that forward.
It was seconded from Commissioner Don Clark. No, for the substitute. There was no motion. She never got it. So, Ms. Scott, Commissioner Scott, have you withdrawn your motion? Commissioner from the 9th has withdrawn.
Motion belongs to the body. Yeah.
Okay, so, Mayor Pro Tem, all right, hold up. Mayor Pro Tem has put in a substitute motion to mow this property, cut this property twice a year, and it was seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. So we're going to address the substitute motion first, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Johnson, if I may ask, so since twice a year still don't suffice, will I have to just come back before the commission?
I would say that, in that, there's no grass growing there now, so I'm hoping that proactively we'll go ahead and cut it now, so it shouldn't have to be cut again until May, June, or July, and then after summer, I'm thinking I'm thinking this 2-cycle cut should work.
Second and third quarter. Second and third quarter.
Second and third quarter?
Yeah.
You think? I mean, if it's never been cut, you would imagine that cutting it twice a year should suffice. All right, Madam Clerk.
Second and third, good.
Second and third quarter. I don't know about the third quarter cut because you don't see. I mean, the third, maybe fourth quarter, second and fourth, a cut when needed. All right, Commissioner Pulliam from the second.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Dr. Malik, there was something that recently, I believe, has been approved that you all have been using in certain areas. It is some type of spray that is safe, and it was safe to use around waterways. Is that not something that we could potentially work into this? Is it approved by Corps of Engineers, or is it just around some of the water areas that?
Yeah, there are EPA-approved
Okay.
chemicals, yes, and that's part of our contract. So,
Okay.
yeah, but this one probably be done in-house, but we do have one person who is certified too.
Okay, so we could in fact use that, and it would help it stay at bay, the growth stay at bay in between those cuts.
It will help some of the growth that's kind of climbing on the fence. security.
Okay. All right, okay, so I would, yeah, but I guess that doesn't have to necessarily be part of the motion, but I know that that is available. Okay, thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Dr. Malik.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Clerk, we have a substitute motion with a proper second. We're prepared to vote on Mayor Pro Tem's substitute motion twice a year.
That motion carries 9-1, with Mr. Lewis voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move back to the addendum item before we address SPOS. We have one item on the addendum. It's item number 3.
Item number 3.
I'm sorry, Ms. Robinson, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You're excused. We will monitor this twice a year cut, okay?
Sounds good, thank you.
All right, and if you don't see it getting done, you come back before us.
I will, thank
All
you.
right, thank you so much.
Item number 3 is to approve and authorize one-year extension of the Augusta Downtown Receptacle and Noncompliance and Illegal Dumping Waste Disposal Services contract with Coleman Sanitation. Also approve $450,000 to fund these services.
All right, guys. Commissioner Garrett, I see you in the queue.
Thank you. I know when this item was on when we were discussing adding this to the agenda today, I asked the administrator about the funding source for this. I just wanted to confirm before we put a motion on the floor that this $450,000 is already included in the current budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm just asking because it says also approve the funding, so it just kind of reads a little funny.
Dr. Malik, can you come and confirm?
What is it?
Yes, sir, it's included yearly operational budget.
All right. Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion approved by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by Commissioner Francine Scott. Madam Clerk, we're voting. Ladies, thank y'all for being here. Y'all leaving before the good gets started now. Don't go far. I see you sneaking out. Good to see y'all.
Mr. Lewis is out, okay. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Lewis out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to suspend for just 5 minutes for I'm going to call it again, an environmental break, because as I understand, we'll give the administrator time to get set up, and because this SPLOS conversation may last a little bit. 5-minute break, so we'll come back at 5:05. 5:05.
Here.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and call us back to order. I think we got a quorum, and I see the others that are in the chamber. So for the second time, I'll call this meeting from recess back to order.
Hey.
Administrator Allen, the floor is yours, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, number 9.
Yes, sir. Item number 10.
I'm sorry, 10.
Motion to approve the final SPLOST 9 project list and to authorize the mayor and the clerk to execute an intergovernmental sales tax agreement between Augusta and the cities of Blythe and Hepzibah in substantially the same form as attached, subject to the inclusion of approved projects and such reasonable changes as may be approved by the interim general counsel.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Administrator Allen, the floor is yours.
All right. Jeffrey, if you can do this one.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, we are here again today to talk about SPLOST 9, and hopefully we can finalize this list so that we can proceed to move forward with our SPLOST 9 for the May ballot. I remind you again of the timeline for the May 19th ballot. Today was the date that is scheduled for the final SPLOST 9 list to be approved. Then on the 13th, we will have the intergovernmental agreements approved by a special called meeting. On the 27th, we're scheduled to have the SPLOST resolution approved. February the 9th, we were looking at the Board of Elections, which will issue a call of election, which has been verified with Mr. Doss. And on May 19th, of course, hopefully it will be on the ballot for consideration by constituents. So again, I say that today is the day. I am going to now go to the list and where we previously left off. Let me get that real quick. On the 15th of December, this was our last list. That we had, and I will open up the floor now. Before I do that, you'll notice the items that are in blue, highlighted in blue. Those were the respective items that modifications have been made to. Recreation and Parks is one of those items that was sent to you. It was a reduction of $15 million. There was not a lot of discussion at our December meeting about that reduction. So I know some of you may have some concerns about the proposed items. So there's room for additional discussion on that because that required the actual Riverwalk and boathouse reconstruction to be decreased to around $10 million. And you will also see the other items in blue under the quality of life that were affected by that reduction. We also, looking at the facilities, you will see that the $2 million was restored for the juvenile court facility. You would also see highlighted $30 million was added to engineering for a total of $40 million. The Augusta Regional Airport and Daniel Field Airport was added back. Utilities received additional $14 million from the previous amount. So that gave them a total of $20 million. And of course, we have to maintain the respective percentages for Blythe and Hepzibah. The Augusta Canal Authority, $1 million was added back as well. So we got down to a total of $325,735,900.
Thank you so much, Madam Administrator. Before I yield the floor, I'm going to ask this body that we restore the funding for Riverwalk and the boathouse. It is one of our biggest economic drivers. As tourists come to Augusta, many of them are driven or directed to our Riverwalk. As you know, that great Riverwalk that's now named in honor of Edward M. McIntyre, it certainly does not, in my opinion, fit the billing to who it's named after. He was the creator and the visionary for that Riverwalk, and it certainly needs some improvements. No major improvements have been done in many years, so I'm going to ask that funding be reinstated for both the Riverwalk and for the boathouse. They are economic drivers for our community. Thank you.
What was that?
What was the original ask for the Riverwalk, Madam Administrator? I think it was $14 million for the boathouse.
It was $14 million for the boathouse and $8 million for Riverwalk for a total of $22 million.
A total of $22 million.
Didn't we hire ISM to take care of the Riverwatch 2-3 years ago with splash dollars?
I'm not aware of that.
That was before I got 5 years ago. Before I was
It
on
was
the
5
board.
million. 5 million.
It's beyond time. If you were to just leave here after this meeting, you will see that it's in desperate need of some repair and some love. And now we've named it after one of our former mayors. His name is on it. He was a visionary. Of course, former Mayor Charles Devaney fulfilled that vision, and it's certainly time for some love to be shown to one of our largest and most important tourist attractions. As you know, many people use our canal trails. They end up on the Riverwalk, and the infrastructure desperately needs some improvement. So. All right. So, Madam Administrator, so it's only 10 million of the 22 million, so it needs 12 million needs to be added back?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna ask the colleagues for consideration to add the funding back to Riverwalk in the Boathouse. We need it. It's our downtown. It's important to the way our city looks. All right, let's go through.
If we do that, what's going to be the total, Mr. Mayor? I mean, what
Just
is that?
325 and 12.
37.
337.
337 with adding that back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I think we got some other discussions.
All right, let's
as
go
well.
through. Let's go through the discussions. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. Well,
See that, Mr. Mayor?
if you'd like, I'll get. If you want to yield to the commissioner from the second.
No, I got it.
All right.
Madam Administrator, I'm sorry I was out of town at the last SPLOST meeting, and I noticed that cuts were made to the engineering and to the utilities. I've always believed in first responders and then infrastructure and then whatever fell below that. And right now, just looking at the percentage, the quality of life is higher than the infrastructure, and that's two departments right there. With the rec center, transit's only $2 million, but basically 62 million of this whole package is going to the rec center, which that's a hard pill for me to swallow when we only put in 40 million to the engineer and 20 million to the utilities. So I would like to increase the engineering up 35 million. That'll bring them to a total of 75 million. Because if anybody behind this dais realizes that when it comes to roads being paved, sinkholes, et cetera, who we going to call? We're going to be calling the engineering department to pull us out. Utilities, there's South Richmond County is the one that's going to suffer if we don't put the funding in there for the sewage line system, the South Augusta sewage plant extension, sewage extension. You just heard one of the residents speak about that earlier. The city of Hetzibah is in a quandary right now. They are very frugal with their money. They built a community center at the tune of about $200 a square foot, where it takes Augusta Richmond County 563, which I can't figure that out. But I would like to see Hetzibah go to a total of 13 million, which is 3.6 more than what's on the list. And naturally, Blythe is going to follow the same percentage because we can't do one without the other. There is in the recreational department, the enhancing park usability and sustainability through landscape and irrigation and amenities. It's hard for us to maintain what we do have now. A perfect example is a lot of my colleagues that's behind this dais goes down Winston Spring Road, and they seen where the plant in the middle of the median has been going on for a year and a half now, and some of the trees are dead, and the shrubbery that was planted last year had died, and then they planted new plants as of now around it, shrubbery. So I would like to take that $5 million off the table there. And so my package was at the tune of 367 million before we added the mayor's thing on. So So we should be right at 6 years total right now with this package.
What's the total?
He's adding them in now.
Yes, ma'am.
So you had 35 million, I wish it was thousand.
That'll bring the engineering up to 75 million.
Me and Dr. Malik, we really have a battle if I give him 35,000.
Yes, ma'am.
35 million for engineering and a reduction of 5 million for recreation?
Yes, ma'am, under the enhancement of the landscape and irrigation amenities, and then we're going to add the 7 million in for utilities to where they have a total of $27 million. So they could be, with the plants, I think they plant on Tobacco Road needing upgrades as well. Water is life, we all know that. And then our sister communities, municipalities within Augusta, Richmond County, Hetspa would be right at 13 million, and whatever Blythe percentage falls in would be the same. And whatever the mayor had asked in.
So you want the mayors as well? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
The sewer's included in that, right?
Yes, the sewage is included
So
in
we're
this.
increasing utilities as well?
Absolutely. 27 million, Mr. Wimberly.
27 million.
So you're adding 7 million to utilities?
Yes, ma'am.
Making them whole.
I show a total of about 374, and that's without the percentages added, the respective percentages for Hepzibah and Blythe.
It's probably higher than that.
So, yeah, it's gonna be higher once I add those in.
Right.
Percentage. Tim's adding them all up.
Okay.
I'm just writing them out.
Thank you. Thank y'all for your consideration.
378.
378 is the number right now.
And that's with Hepzibah and Blythe, Tim?
That's what their percentage. What does that move Blythe up to, interim director? I know Hetspa's 13 million for the record.
4.4.
So it's 4.4 million for Blythe if we move Hetspa up to 13 million. All right, let's keep on moving through the queue. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair recognizes Commissioner Stacy Pulliam from the second.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Administrator Allen, to you and your team for taking the time to continue to go at this.
You're welcome.
Because I know it's been multiple times. So thank you so much for that. My first question is, how much, do we have a running total of how much is left from our previous SPLOS projects, so SPLOS dollars that we've collected?
That's a good question, Commissioner Pulliam, because that's some of the questions that we continuously hear from the constituents is what do we have left? We are running those respective numbers for all of the respective SPLOS and confirming that those numbers are accurate based on the fact that some of them have some allocated projects and or encumbered projects. So we're working through that right now. Finance and our office is working through those.
Okay, so you can have those. When would you have that information to us?
So we're right now, we're looking at which SPLOS, I think it was the one we just did for recreation. We recaptured theirs, and we're confirming those numbers. We have not gotten to the engineering department as of yet, and we'll have to, of course, get with Dr. Malik because their numbers are a little different, as you all know. And then we'll be getting with the central services and the rest of them, which they have not had a lot of funds allocated to them in previous SPLOS. So as Mr. Schreier stated, it moves, but we're coming to confirming those respective numbers.
Okay, so we could possibly have them by next full commission meeting. That's 2 weeks.
We could, but we'll still have to vote on this list today.
Yes, I understand that.
Yes, ma'am. We
Yes,
could work to have that to you in 2 weeks. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but that lets us know where we are with those things, because then my question after that was, out of what is left or what's there, are the designated projects shovel ready? So are they still waiting on more funding, or are they ready? So I'd like to add that question to what you all are comprising to see where we're at. One of my reasons for asking that question is we consistently talk about on the dais not sticking to things and changing with different elected officials. I know years ago, the Augusta Water Park was voted on by the constituents. So as we put SPLOST projects out there to be voted by our constituents, when they say they want something, they want it. And it shouldn't change according to who sits up here. Because if you vote on it, that was your vote, and that's what we should allocate those funds to. And so I want to know, I know we took it off because there's not an appetite of our current elected officials in totality to support it, but we really need to rethink that, because what if some of these projects don't get supported by the next elected officials and people continuously vote on things and we never see anything to the end? That's something for us to really consider and think about, because it's always going to be another great project out there. But if they voted on it, they want it. My next question is in regards to the new park and community center, as well as the facility revitalization initiative. Is there a way where, well, first of all, let me ask this question. What is the total amount that was needed to revitalize our current parks that we will be keeping on the digest, as well as the community centers? What was that total amount?
It's right now, facility revitalization initiative is pretty much 12.7 million.
Okay, so it was 12.7, but is that the total that it was going to actually take, or that's what we've reduced it down to try to get our numbers down? If I could.
Ms. Williams, if you want to address that, but it has been reduced, I will state that.
Okay, yes, ma'am, thank you. What was the actual number that we needed, either Ms. Williams or I know Mr. Ladson, either one.
Commissioners.
Hi.
You talking about the parks and facility revitalization? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So initially, we had said that 25 million would cover to do that, but it has been reduced.
Okay, so we were needing 25 million to do that, to revitalize what we currently have. 10,000 and 12,000 puts us at 22. Is there a way that we could not separate out those two projects and just put it all together, and then what is left? Because I know wording is important. May I address Attorney Plunkett, Mayor Johnson?
Yes, ma'am, continue.
Okay. In the past, Attorney Plunkett, you've stated that we had to word things a certain way so it's not deceptive to the voter. So is there a way that with the facility revitalization initiative and new park and community center, how would we combine those so that 22,682,000 could be used for either or? And my reason for asking that is we need to fix what we already have. Right? If you're in a house and the house is falling apart, you need to fix it. So we need to fix what we currently have before we start moving on to new things.
So the issue is this, is that you can have just, say quality of life, $64 million. In the past, there's been some concern that voters would not trust the commission or future commissions to use it as they may have done. Anytime that you put out information as to what you're going to do, that somewhat locks you in because you have induced the voters by those publications. What the commission has done in the last several SPLOSTs is they list out items. And so when it shows up as a list of items that gets attached to the IGA, that's part of the overall marketing materials, I guess you would call it, educational materials. So that's why we put in these things. So if you were to say renovation and or, that gets a little bit of a bait and switch.
Okay, so what would we need to say?
If you said and, I would like to think about it a little bit, but I think if you said combine those two for renovations and new new facility, I think that's okay. Now, you're obligating yourself to do some renovations, and you're obligating yourself to do a new facility, but it doesn't say the size or the scope of either one. So that gives you some latitude to expand or to contract within that same $12 million or whatever the number is. But it also gives the voters confidence that they will get renovations and they will get a new park facility.
So how would we word it in that we need to do our renovations, and then after renovations, if there is money left over, we could then at that point start on a new community center? Because there are renovations that need to be done.
I would encourage you not to put it in that language.
Right, and I'm not. I'm asking you what the best language is.
I think you could put it in the total amount for rehabilitation, well, not rehabilitation, but renovations and a new facility. I'll get some better language for you. You know, that's why in the language it says that we have the ability to kind of tweak it, but I would put it as a category of both items together. Use the word and, not an and or, not if this exceeds or whatever. I would think that you would want to say that you're going to do both.
And I understand that. We all know that it's probably going to muddy the water, right? Because it's left up to the interpretation of those of us that are going to be left here or those of us coming in as newly elected officials. So it's like, no, it wasn't set aside for this project. So who will get to decide at that point? We will then go in and start deciding as a body which facilities get renovated. Is that how that will work?
You could list out the ones that get renovated, and then you're locked into that. If you say renovation of existing facilities, that's up for parks and this commission to figure out which ones that you want to do, with the understanding that you're still having to construct a new facility.
Okay. And thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Administrator Allen, in the past, which I know this is not, it's not like you've been in this role for 20, 30 years, but looking at what has been done in previous SPLOS packages, when the words are, I don't want to use the word ambiguous, but when the words that are used are not definite in exactly what you're going to do, how is that going to be handled?
So what I would propose is that once funding is allocated for the respective item, that the department brings back a proposal to you saying these are some of the things outside of the voting and outside of the actual ballot information, all of those items listed individually. So for instance, the revitalization, if you're going to allocate $12 million for revitalization, they bring you a list of the things that need to be done for you to approve the priorities that you guys have for those items to be addressed.
And so what I'm wanting to lead into is that we need more than 12 million, because originally we needed 25 million. And so I know those two numbers combined again is 22 million, which gets us closer to the number that we need for revitalization. So how do we make that happen, looking at the current list that you have here under quality of life? To get what we actually have renovated?
You would actually have to add an additional roughly $10 million to your ask, unless the governing body chooses to modify some of the other respective acts that are on this list.
Okay. Okay, so that's food for thought. If I could address Ms. Williams, I'm sorry, Director Williams, my apologies. Director Williams, for the new park and community center, that 10 million, have we ran the numbers as far as what the cost to run that facility is going to be?
No, ma'am, we haven't done that.
Okay. So as we're talking about budget and SPLOS, I believe that information is extremely pertinent, because we need to know then what we're going to be adding on to our budget after the new facility is built. And are we going to, in our budget, be able to maintain that new facility and all facilities that are kept? So I am going to request that we move all the funding to revitalizing the current centers that we have so that we can bring them up to, I'm not going to say code, but bring them up to the point that they need to be and they're not falling apart and having the consistent maintenance issues and things like that that they're having. So that's one of my asks. And then lastly, thank you, Director Williams, those are all my questions for you. Lastly, there was an ask from us for $25 million for the project in South Augusta, and we took that out. Is out of what utilities is requesting, is any of that to help fund that project? And that was to the industrial park or to?
I think when
for
we
the
talked
sewer.
about it, it was a certain portion of it would be utilized, and I think Commissioner Wembley had requested some information on it, and we found
Okay.
out that there was still funding available for that project.
Okay, so that project is going to be funded, that
Not all
25 million?
million, not all
Okay.
25 million, but they have included some of that money in their ask.
Okay, how much are we short on that?
27.
27. It's depending on how it's actually allocated and split in the request for the infrastructure.
Okay, how much are we short?
Now, originally, the request was 25 million for that alone.
Yes, ma'am.
But for this, utilities is requesting an additional, y'all have given an additional 7 million, so it's a total of 27 million that is going to be utilized for that and for some other infrastructure needs that utilities has. So it has not been designated, I guess is probably what you're looking for, Commissioner Pulliam, as far as the 27 million that you guys currently have come to a consensus on. But it won't be 25 million totally going to the industrial park.
Okay, if Director Bine could clarify exactly how much is going to the industrial park, because I'm assuming their ask was I'm not going to assume, was their ask still 25 million?
The ask for that project is about 25 million. Splitting it just based on the conversations we've had, it would be about half funded with the ask we've put up here today. So basically starting to get the main trunk line installed, not installing the rest of the force main that goes to the site. And obviously that's fluid based on just some high level concept designs at this point.
So we're looking for about 12.5 million.
That would be correct.
Okay, and for that 12.5 million, where can, I know my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle, asked that we add an additional amount. I know the mayor had a request for us to add in 22 million for the boathouse and Riverwalk. I would like to add that 12.5 million to fully fund that project. And my reason for wanting to do that, as we talk about economic drivers and what's going to come into our area, that project alone, which I took some notes, that project alone is slated to or projected to potentially could bring about 2,800 new homes to the area. And Mayor Johnson, I know that you have spoken up on how we're trying to even increase our housing stock. So that would help in doing that. But in addition to that, it's going to bring, as it was presented to us and forecasted to us, it's going to bring industries that are going to pay well over minimum wage. And with that, that's going to be job creation. So we're talking about thousands of job creations. So I don't see how that would not be considered as a major economic driver, because we are bringing both homes to the area, jobs to the area, and we know that those homes and those jobs that we bring to the area is going to also drive industries to want to come to our area, be it restaurants, be it retail, because when they're doing market research and they see that the average median income is now higher in those, it's out there, that is in fact an economic driver that will continue to give back to us. So the tax dollars that it will provide to the city it's a no-brainer to me. So I'd ask that we also add in 12.5 million to completely fund that project. as an economic driver project that the EDA has requested. And so those are my asks. Should I go over those again?
Yes, ma'am. Just make sure that
Okay.
the administrator and the interim finance director have them down. So I know it's $12.5 million to fully fund the corporate park.
And 12 million, 10 million, you were asking to go back to recreation
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the building?
Yes, ma'am. So either we take that, that 10 million from the new park and community center and add it to the revitalization that we already have. That'll get us close to that 25 million, and we can bring the parks and facilities that we already have up to what they need to be. And I also support Mayor Pro Tem, thank you so much for that, in his engineering ask, because I did have a question about that. I didn't understand priority project continuation. I didn't know which projects were considered priority. So I did want a breakdown of that, but if we go along with the 75 million and add that 35 million, that gets us close to what Dr. Malik requested for about 80 million. So I'm in support of that as well.
Ma'am. So right now, if they approve without taking the $10 million out for the recreation center, the new facility, it'd be roughly about 400-something million.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. If I need anything else, I'll get back in the queue.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly. You have the floor, sir.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask the utility director a question.
Yeah,
And then I'm gonna get to the
Director Bynes,
administrator.
can you come forward?
Okay.
And while you're coming forward, while we talk about expansion to the corporate park, is this for the general public? Is this for the existing corporate park, or is it for a new potential corporate park? Just be prepared to answer that for us.
Go ahead and answer the mayor's question.
It's an expansion towards the new corporate park, but lays the trunk main about a third of the main needed in the basin. So part of that's about a third of it is gravity and opens up a lot of the area for development.
Okay.
So
Thank you. Commissioner Wimberly, you have the floor, sir.
Director, the initial estimate cost to do that main from that corporate park all the way up to the Spirit Creek Basin was $25 million. Now, how do we come up with, we're gonna do $12 million, and what am I gonna wind up with? Half the project, right?
about half of the gravity main.
That is not what we want. We want the full project, because that is what the administrator told the folks at the public briefing on the SPLOST, that $25 million was going to be applied for infrastructure upgrade. And that's what I'm expecting us to have, because that's what the people's expecting to get.
Certainly. Give me just 1 second if you don't mind.
It's not just the corporate park. The corporate park just get a connection.
Based on the conversation and the additional 12 and a half, we had originally asked for 25 and 12, which would have been 37. If we put 27 and 12 gets us to 39. So 37 to 39, those numbers are all in the same ballpark for what we've discussed with completing that project. So the answer is that would be the funding to complete the whole project if we added the extra 12 back and get us to 37 to 39 million for the utilities portions.
So am I to understand what you just said completes the project?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, back to the old SPLOST. I'm a little bit shocked that the question was asked, how much do we have in the previous SPLOST that are left over? And I'm listening to the attorney talks about wording. Now, once a project is complete, isn't it labeled completed? And any funds left over is subject to be used for other like projects? Is that not true?
Are you directly?
No, I'm talking to
Administrator
right now.
Oh, yes, sir, that is true.
That is true, like projects, right?
Yes, sir, if the projects have been
So
completed.
what the
yes.
mayor's asking to get done on Riverwalk and for the boathouse, if funds are already in the old SPLOST that have not been utilized, can those funds not be reallocated to do what he's asking for?
Whatever is remaining, oh, you're asking me?
Yes,
Commissioner?
ma'am.
Oh, yes, sir. If whatever's remaining could be reallocated.
Okay, so why are we not considering that to get a map what he asked for?
You would, but keep in mind, Mr. Wembley, that you would need to have the project that you're going to go use those excess funds need to be in some capacity on that project list that you had already done.
I don't think that is completely true.
Well,
when you complete your project and there's funds left over, those funds, as I understand SPLOST, if you're going to utilize them, got to be utilized for a like project. In other words, if it's for construction and you want to do another construction, even though it was not on the SPLOST, you could use it for construction.
It has to be within the same category. That's what you're referring to.
That's what I'm saying.
And then if that category is completed, then you can use it for other categories. And then after that, it goes to reduction of property taxes and things like that. But when we're looking at using projects, defining projects, so if you say road projects, that's great. You have other roads that you can do.
Exactly.
But if you have quality of life issues and they're very specific and you had not identified, we get into some very questionable use of those dollars. Usually, as to what Ms. Pulliam was saying, if we kind of, that generic language, and we would have to go back and look at the project list for that particular SPLOST to find the ability to transfer it to a new project, but usually do not go into something that was not discussed at that juncture. Roads are roads, but brand new projects that were not part of your SPLOST list are typically not funded through an older SPLOST.
Put that question to Finance, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Interim Finance Director. Commissioner from the 4th has asked you to opine in.
I'm sorry. Once a project is completed, yes, it can go into what we call a recapture account. And those funds are used to offset any cost overruns for currently listed projects.
Okay.
And as the attorney said, if that final category gets completed, then they can be used for other categories within that SPLOST. But we are very hesitant about just taking money from a SPLOST and putting it to a brand new project that was not contemplated in that SPLOST.
So that means you will have funds that sit in SPLOST for in perpetuity. They just sit there and you can never
No, sir.
use them.
Once all the projects are completed, as we did earlier last year, we will close out that fund. And then, as the attorney said, that either goes to debt reduction or to property tax reduction.
So you'll reallocate the SPLOST funds?
If all the projects in that SPLOST project list, say if we closed out SPLOST 2, all the projects were completed, there was some money left over. Per state statute, those go to either reduce debt, general obligation debt, or reduce taxes. And that's what we did. So all the projects need to be closed out within that fund, within that SPLOST project, that phase. And then those funds can be reduced. But we usually look at the categories. If there's something within that category that can be used, and if that category is completed, then we'll talk with the legal department, see if we can shift it to another category. The first couple of SPLOST phases were all heavily engineering, so that's kind of where those gets go to road, streets, and bridges. For recreation, the SPLOST has not been, money has not been allocated very much to those. Currently, to the best of my recollection, the biggest amount of money left for recreation in SPLOST 8 is for the water park. And the commission last year designated the CVB to move forward with getting proposals to find a partner with that. So there really isn't a whole lot of money left over that can go to the Riverwalk at this time. I hope I answered your question.
You didn't. You did not.
If you could.
Because my understanding is you can reallocate funds to take care of light.
Yes, you can reallocate.
Even though that project was not on your list, but you could reallocate it because you brought it up.
If the original project list was generic enough, some of the earlier SPLOST for recreation were very specific. And that's why in the later SPLOST, we do have some existing facilities categories in there.
I know you can go with me. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tim. You did a great job. Mr. Mayor, I just want to get a clarification for Parks and Recreation, because I heard my colleague from District 10 talk about the enhanced park usability and sustainability through landscape.
Yeah, the $5 million.
But he used Windsor Spring Road as an example with dying trees.
He's talking about the meat. Not speaking for.
Park doesn't take care of that. That's engineered.
That was an example I was giving.
Turn your mic on, your mic, please.
Mr. Wembley, I was using that example because we don't take too good care of our own landscaping in our within our government, sir. That was implying that it wasn't used. That money did not come from SPLOST. I did not imply that.
No, but if you take the enhancement for the landscaping from parks, that means you got dead vegetation in the park on Riverwalk, because you're not going to be able to maintain it. You want to take that am I understanding you want to take that $5 million away?
Can I reply to Mr. Wembley?
Yes, sir, proceed.
Yeah, because I'm talking to you. Yes, sir.
I got to go through the chair, sir. My whole reasoning is to make sure we looked out for engineering, utilities, and put the needs in there. But there has to be, the cut will only hold so much what we could put in the SPLOST package for it to be approved. If we go over 400 million, we're going to go over 6 years, and I was trying to stay way below that. I was actually at 367 million with them ads, sir. But since my conversation, it's done jumped up. But I believe that we need to be conscious of how much we do add on to this list, because if it goes over 400 million, I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
And I agree with you.
Thank you, Mr. Wembley.
But my point again is, and I had a question put to me about the condition of Diamond Lake, and it was talking about the weakness of lighting, or was don't have lighting for the walking trail, doesn't have sidewalks. They gave me a litany of things that was wrong at Diamond Lake, and they all are true. And they can't sustain the landscape because we took this $5 million away. That just going to add more complaints about. And I'm not just saying Diamond Lake is the only one.
Right,
but
sir.
that's the one that was brought to my attention.
Right, it was probably brought to your attention from.
Okay.
Yep, maybe.
So that's why I'm concerned. Are we going to take something away from the parks
if you look at parks, they were at 19.2% of this total budget. Actually probably 19.2 after everything is said and done. We actually had more going into the recs and parks and recs than we did have going into our infrastructure. So, like I said on my opening statement was, the way I look at the splosh, we ought to look at first responders, infrastructure, then whatever falls below. And that's the way my stance is. It will continue to be that way. I know that we keep adding. We're going to be in the same position we was 3 weeks ago, to where the administrator has to do the slicing, and we're going to be adding stuff back on. But my main thing, if you notice, that it's just basically infrastructure that I focused on. And City of Hetsborough naturally is the sewage system that they have is not they need to redo it completely, and they build in the city hall. So that was the reason why mine. Now, what was added after me, I cannot respond to that, Mr. Wimberly. And if we don't hit 400 million, where we at, Mr. Schrader?
92.
You could put that 5 million back in for the landscaping, then we'd be at 397.
Okay.
And the gas tank ain't going to take much more fuel after this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Wimberly. Thank you for your concern.
So my question to the administrator then, and I guess it's just going to be a rhetorical question because I don't think nobody's going to give me the answer on how many projects, how much funding do we have allocated here in the SPLOST, even the 497, how many of those projects that can be completed with the funding that's available? None, right?
You talking about with the request that you're asking for now?
Yeah,
sir?
I mean, we're asking for $10 million for a recreation center. What is that going to look like?
I'm not sure.
You ain't going to build no recreation center for no $10 million. That's just a fact. Not one of quality in class. Just not going to happen. That's one example. So the only thing you're going to be able to do is have those $10 million here for this SPLOST, and then the next one you're going to have to add some more so you can come up with the money to build that facility. That's just the way it's going to go. That's just one example. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th. You have the floor, sir.
All right. Appreciate it, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and start by echoing the sentiments of Commissioner Guilfoyle. I think when the administrator had done her initial cut, it was at 276. 276, then we have creeped up to 325, and now we're knocking at the door of 400 million all over again. And I think we need to really kind of get to an understanding, because what's happening is, on top of us having these discussions about prioritization of infrastructure, about prioritization of engineering, public safety, and quality of life, the community is confused as hell about what we're talking about. So I want to dispel a couple things before I say a couple more comments. Madam Administrator, the $5 million that was set aside last SPLOST package, is that still in play, and what is being done with it at this point in time?
$5 million, yes, sir. That money was allocated for seed money for water park.
Was it for seed money, or was it to build a water park?
It was seed money.
Seed
It's
money.
what it stated.
That's
Stated
right.
Seed money.
So it was seed money. Now clarify what seed money means.
Something to draw somebody else's attention to wanting to partner with the city of Augusta in developing a water park for Augusta.
Right. So $5 million is put out there as incentive for a company to come here and build out a water park to benefit the residents of Augusta, Richmond County, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So is that in motion?
Yes, sir. The governing body approved for Destination Augusta to partner with us and put the RFI out on the street.
Yes, ma'am.
I spoke with Mr. Brown, Benish Brown, and he informed me that he was getting responses back and looking at those.
Right. What was proposed earlier in this package specifically about the water park? I believe there was an additional ask of another 5 million to go towards the 5 million that we already had set aside. Am I remembering that correctly?
I think so, but it wasn't a consensus, but it was.
Right.
discussed.
That was one of the asks that was out there. So, but to clarify, the 5 million that was allocated last SPLOST package is in motion, is going through the process and the plan that we put in place for Destination Augusta to start cultivating companies to utilize and benefit from that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I'm gonna scratch that one off the list because this is things that folks in the community are coming up and are sending messages about, stating that we've pulled that off. From your recollection, have we ever added a cultural center for South Augusta?
I am not aware of a cultural center. I don't remember seeing that one. No, sir.
Okay. I don't know either. I just again, I was approached about it that we had voted to disapprove a cultural center for South Augusta, and I just wanted to verify and validate on the record that that's never been proposed, nor did we ever vote against it, correct?
Yes, sir. I've never seen anything.
Thank you. When it comes to the community centers and the parks, I know we've heard from Parks and Rec. I know ISM gave us the initial proposal. I know they had some follow-up proposals that were supposed to come before us, but of course, because of the budgeting and everything, they didn't come before us with it. I know we do need to bring it back up to determine from the utilization study that they presented, what's going to be the right sizing plan for the Parks and Rec. Can we make sure that that gets on the agenda and we get with Parks and Rec and ISM to come before the body with that?
Yes, sir.
Because I think what Commissioner Pulliam was bringing up, I think she brought up some good points as far as the fact that we do need to determine what we have, how we're going to maintain it, but we also need to clarify what is the right sizing plan for that. We have a lot of parks that are highly underutilized based on the data that they presented, so we just need to determine going forward how we're going to do that.
Building they rent. Now,
when it comes to the dollars that we're stating that we're allocating for, now it's improvement, or is it, how are we categorizing it these days?
Renovation?
Renovation?
Yes,
so
sir.
that's the way it has to be categorized, as renovations. All right, so the renovations for the parks is based on what? Is it the existing inventory of parks, or is it kind of a pie in the sky, certain amount? Somebody clarify that for me, please. Mr. Mayor, can I bring up ISM and Parks and Rec?
Yes, sir, you may.
Thank you, Commissioner. Could you repeat that question again, sir?
Yeah, so we designated a certain amount of dollars to go towards renovation of the parks. How much are we designating for that?
For the renovation of the parks, we actually had like 4 categories that was in, I would say, like a generalizing. And what we did, we did a, I want to say about probably 3 years ago.
Yeah.
We did an assessment of all the facilities.
Right.
And based on that assessment, we came up with a maintenance cost on the various parks and facilities.
Yeah.
So that number pretty much came from that.
And Mr. Latson, you brought up the next point I was going to ask. So right now, and Madam Administrator or Ms. Williams, you all may have to answer this. Right now, are we accounting for maintenance of the facilities in our budgeting for Parks and Rec? So we do. Is it that we have, our threshold is too low for that and we need to increase it, or I mean, hey, listen, we're here talking, so let's talk it.
No, it's
Probably, I would tell you.
It's way low. It's way low. If I'm not mistaken, when we first looked at your, and this is from your regular budgeting, not SPLOST, anything like that, but
right.
I mean, I think it was like maybe $1 million, a little over $1 million, and you got like 50-some facilities. So
Yeah.
at that point, that's why we did the initial estimates and evaluation of the parks and the facilities.
Yeah, and I brought that question up because, number one, Augusta's going to consistently have to add a great abundance of dollars to SPLOST packages if we don't increase the amount of dollars going towards regular maintenance of our facilities and parks.
That's correct.
I mean, it's just, and we can keep doing this over and over and over again, but it's going to be the same conversation every single time.
Any project that you do or you build, you should have some sort of a way of funding the maintenance of it.
Right.
I mean, that should be a plan.
Right. I mean, it kind of blew my mind when I found out that we didn't really have an abundant maintenance plan that's with our facilities. It's just operations 101.
Yes.
You got to have the right amount. So I think we need to really look from a budgetary standpoint. We need to look at making sure that's more realistic for them. Now, what does that look like? We got to work that through. But continuing to dump, because what was the last SPLOST package? How much did we add towards renovations last SPLOST package?
I don't think it was a particular line item for renovation. We did it in this one right here because we are going through the process. We're going through the process of determining what parks are being utilized and underutilized.
Right.
So at that point, you don't know which one to be used. When the decision was being made and when we were working on it, you don't know which park would be considered utilized, underutilized. So the 4 items, general items that we had on it, we purposely put it in there like that.
But we are working towards a right sizing of our parks and our facilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the intention of that is to determine, hey, listen, based on utilization, based on funding or whatever, we may have to shut down some of our parks and facilities that we currently have because they're just really not being utilized or they're so far gone that we need to start anew. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay. So I do want to clarify this. The residents of District 3 and District 5 that are in the Gordon Highway, Jimmy Diaz, Bel Air corridor are without anything. Now, I get it. We're going through the right sizing. I get it. We're trying to determine what looks appropriate for us. We're building a brand new fire station out there for those residents because of the growth that's going on out there and the benefit it'll bring for them. Is that still in motion, Chief? I see a lot of weeds over there, so I don't see too much dirt being pushed. But but my point is, seriously, my point is that area of our city deserves some consistent growth and benefit, which is tied to the quality of life piece. So that is why the 10 million was added. Now, where did the 10 million come from, the number?
That number was actually reduced from, I want to say 22 million?
I don't think it was ever that high.
Was it? I wish I had brought that initial presentation that we had, but I want to say it was probably up there in maybe $16 to $17 million that it would take to actually do a new park and community center.
Yeah.
Now, however, that was reduced to the 10
To the 10 million.
to fit your budget.
Because the idea was to, similar to Brigham, when we talking about those dollar amounts, Brigham, we knew additional work and things had to be done for Brigham, so you're talking about that 16, 17.
Got it. Yeah. So what I definitely don't want us to do is pull any dollar allocation from a community center for that area. I got it. We're saying that we're right sizing, but with the fact that we are right sizing, with the fact that we are trying to determine levels of efficiency and leanness to our inventory, even more reason why we should not allow 6 years for a proposed package that we're talking about right now to go by before we even begin thinking again about doing something out there. I think that is a total disservice, and it's going to add towards tanking this project because we're prioritizing a lot of things that are tied to growth, a lot of things that are tied to quality of life, a lot of things that are tied to even, leveraging some of our, beautiful natural landscapes. But also with that, we have to ensure that we're doing it holistically. When it comes to the sewage expansions, the engineering projects, I think the biggest problem we're having with all of this is messaging. We're doing a horrible job of setting expectation with the residents. We're putting the big pie in the sky in front of them, but then we're not really clearly articulating to everybody, hey, this amount of dollars is going towards this project, phase such and such is in motion.
Exactly.
Seriously, it's we're making it too difficult, and it's hard for everybody to latch on to the support of it because they don't understand what is the process.
Exactly. Maybe I'm off the record. You have to have you have to be out there maybe a couple of times a week at different communities speaking on it, doing a presentation. Hey, this is when this project started. It's phase. This is phase 1. This is phase 2. Phase 3. This is,
right. But speak to the fact that all this that we're doing, it's not just to make Commissioner Wimberly feel good or Commissioner Clark feel good. It's to build sustainability and growth for the area. All right. And number one, if we're not building that growth and sustainability, I pulled numbers over the weekend. We're lagging behind other communities when it comes to even growth. We've been flat for the past who knows how many years, and other counties around us are consistently growing. The only way we can build growth and sustainability is we have to improve our aged infrastructure, but we have to make sure that our citizens understand how the heck these dollars are being utilized. So the dollars that we're allocating for the community center, absolutely we need to keep it on there because it's still tied to the fact that we're going to downsize and right-size our inventory of parks. We don't need to remove that off the list. We also don't need to, Director Bynes, I got a question for you. That project that you said that we're looking to get all of the dollar allocation for, what's the time period on that if you all receive all the funding? 36 months, but how long would it take us to pull in all the dollars? 4 years. 4 years. So I want everybody to do the math. So we can put all the dollars on there, but it would take us 4 years before we could, is that right, Tim?
Currently projecting we're going to collect about $60 million a year.
Right.
So once the list is done, then we go back and allocate the funding per project.
Right.
So it could be, depending on the priorities, utilities could be pushed back to the later part. So if it takes them 4 years to design and we don't get money for the first until year 3, it could be 6 years from now.
Now, how many of these projects would qualify for bonding?
Most of this one could, the jail pods. The issue comes with bonding is now all of a sudden you have the interest cost.
Right.
We've set aside a certain amount of interest that's built into this. If you increase the amount we're bonding, then the amount available for the project has to go down.
Yeah, and believe me, I don't want us to do that. We already have enough debt as it is, and that's adding to our whole balloon of what we're dealing with. I just wanted to ask, just for clarity, of what that would even look like. Right now, we're at 392. 397?
That's it.
What was the 5?
397.5.
The landscaping came back in.
It's 397. Yeah, they added the 5 for. So the landscaping piece of it. We have landscaping currently in your budget right now, Director Williams. Is it enough to cover landscaping? So the same question. The 5 million that we would be looking for her to pull out of SPLOS would take how long? You said 60 million a year, right?
That'd be 1 month.
1 month. All right. And then, so in that 1 month, we do all the landscaping, and then what? Because it still has to be maintained.
Yes, there are operational costs related to most of these SPOS projects.
Right. So it still has to be maintained. It's not a one and done situation. It's going to have to be a consistent effort, right?
Yes, sir.
So are we really getting a true ROI by adding it in now, or versus trying to ensure that we add in more budgeting for her operational costs?
Turn on I mean, that is the cost of having nice facilities. You have to maintain.
No, but we're not talking about the 5 million for the facilities. We're talking about the 5 million for just landscaping. And then we're talking about another 12 point whatever million for renovations of the facilities. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my problem with the numbers is this, y'all. Their budgets need to be adjusted appropriately to be able to sustain their operations. Doing this in SPLOS, it's just not, I don't see where it works like that. And maybe I'm missing something, but I think it makes more sense to pull it out of SPLOS and increase their budget to for sustainability purposes. What do you mean we can't do that?
You can't do operations out of SPLOS.
I'm saying pull it out like we had it and add for their end of year budget, their operations budgets, ensure that they have more going towards maintenance and landscaping.
The future.
All right, I guess I'm talking crazy. I guess it doesn't make sense, but it doesn't make sense for us to leave this money in here for landscaping, and they're going to have this issue consistently year after year. So my ask is make sure that we keep the money in for the community center, for District 3 and District 5 in the Jimmy Dias Gordon Highway corridor. If we're going to make some cuts towards anything, establish where we need to make the cuts, and we need to look for revenue sources that we can add more to Parks and Rec's budget for maintenance and for landscaping.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice from the 3rd. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Don Clark just said everything I wanted to say is that I want to make sure he does too, that we have funding for a new community center out there. I know 10 million might not cut it in a few years, but it's a start. And who knows, we might be able to sell some parks unutilized and put money in and help towards that community center. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Garrett.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. You mind if I talk to Tim? Tim, what number are we currently sitting at with everybody's request that?
397.
All right. You seem pretty confident with that?
Yeah, as long as my numbers are right, yes. I'm 397.
About 6 years?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to make a motion that we approve the current SPLOS package of $397 million.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, we've been doing a lot of talking. We finally have a motion by the Commissioner from the 8th to approve the SPLOS at $397 million. And a second by Commissioner Tony Lewis. Commissioner Francine Scott, you're in the queue. Would you like to add anything additional before we vote for this?
Before we vote, yes, I would like to, could you give me a list of what you added in and what you took out?
Yes, ma'am. We added $12 million for the boathouse, $35 million for engineering, $2.1 million to Hepzibah, $626,000 to Blythe, $7 million for utilities, another 12.5 million for the corporate park and the $5 million back for landscaping.
Commissioner Lewis, you have the floor. I'm sorry, you're out. Commissioner Stacy Pulliam from the second, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Did that include the new language for Parks and Rec? Or where are we at with that? For those facilities, what I asked for? Yeah, he needed time to come up with it, but I also asked that be added in there. Was that added in there?
Did you want another $10 million in addition to the?
No, well, my suggestion was to move that 10 million and make it all together, and then Attorney Plunkett was going to come up with verbiage that would suffice.
Okay, we can work on that language. So you're not increasing anything, you're just shifting the
Right.
category.
Exactly. Is that correct, Attorney Plunkett? I'm sorry, Mayor Johnson, I can address Attorney Plunkett.
Yes, ma'am, continue.
Attorney
I think for
Plunkett,
our
is that correct?
purposes today, that it would be for this is for the landscaping and the new community center, correct? Or was it the renovations?
The renovations.
Or renovations and new community center. I think that's all we would need to have to say.
Okay. And then we decide how that money is allocated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm scared, but okay. I said that out loud. It was in my head. Okay. Thank you. Oh, well, I think he has a question. We're good?
The question was regarding the numbers and the ballot question
okay.
and things of that nature.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Too much inside baseball, sorry.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Pulliam. Commissioner from the fourth, Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly, the floor is yours.
Still too much.
Mr. Mayor, I could ask Tim while the administrator. Did we add back the $5 million for the usability? We add that back? Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, we have a motion to approve 390, is it 397 or 397.5, Madam Administrator? What's that number?
397.
397 million. That was seconded by Commissioner Tony Lewis. Commissioner Don Clark, you're in the queue, sir, before we vote.
Is that with the 10 million for the community center?
It's going to be, it's not new money, we're just shifting the category from the specific community center to renovations and community center. So that total amount would be about 22 million.
Yeah, but we don't know how much we have though.
All right. Madam Clerk, it's time to vote. Let's go. Colleagues, we're voting.
They need to give us the money.
But it's enough in there, for sure. That's how new construction. Using that tap dance.
Yeah, but they need to clarify to us that it's there.
It is there. Tell you. It's there.
And this is for 397?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're voting, colleagues.
Not 397. That's. Down there.
We're voting, colleagues. All right, Madam Clerk, who are we waiting on? I see the Commissioner. Well, 6, 9, and 10. Commissioner Lewis, you're the last one to vote, sir. Commissioner Lewis, we're waiting on you, sir. Commissioner Lewis is voting. Madam Clerk, everyone has voted.
4, 6. Let me see who. Voting yes, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Wembley, Mr. Garrett, and Mayor Johnson. Voting no, Ms. Rice, Mr. Clark, Mr. Tony Lewis, Ms. Slindeck, Ms. Scott, and Mr. Guilfoyle.
All right, colleagues. Madam Administrator
Point of
Tim,
privilege.
I'm going to ask you to give us this timeline again because we got
Point of
some
privilege,
decision-making.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I think if we take a few-minute recess, I believe this package, the reason why you see a lot of no's up there is because I think we all feel in the same thing, that the people is not going to be approving such a high package. I think when we get around 370, 375, it'll be more acceptable, but it'll be a lot of the needs that's going to be in the package. Any other way, I think what we're doing is wasting time, wasting staff time again. But I believe if we could take a short recess, let us communicate amongst each other because we ain't had that opportunity. And there's definitely it's $24 million worth of cuts we got to take in this thing, and that'll get us down there.
Madam Clerk, we're going to recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. The time is now 6:56 p.m. Madam Clerk, I'll call the session back to order from recess.
Those utilities and engineering, right?
Commissioner Brandon Garrett, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we back from recess?
We are back from recess.
All right. I'd like to make a motion. Currently, the last motion that failed was at $397 million. Through some discussion, I'd like to cut $5 million from engineering, $5 million from utilities, and then 3.5% across each category or each line item other than those, which should bring us down to about 375.
Yeah, point of clarity, Mr. Mayor. If we can clarify the different categories and areas so that everyone has an understanding of what is comprised of that.
All right, let's give Interim Director Tim Schreier opportunity.
Each line item.
Each line item.
The buckets that we have them in. Engineering, utilities, quality of life.
Right now, the big categories are public safety, which is fire, fleet, sheriff, quality of life, which is recreation, transit, facilities and general government, that's IT, central services, program administration and bond interest. Infrastructure is engineering, the airports, utilities, other governments, Hepzibah and Blythe. Authorities would be the Canal Authority and then the Board of Regents. We can't cut the Board of Regents.
You can't cut the Board of Regents. No. Yeah, that's already a commitment.
Canal Authority still on there?
The Board of Regents is worth $5 million.
Yeah. Can I ask the attorney? Could we have a motion that says up to 4% with a max of 3.375 million? And then we adjust that way?
So just confirm the math again for me, what you're saying.
We trying to get to 375 million.
Right.
And I'm estimating that if we take off 5 million from engineering, 5 million from utilities, and the 5 million from the Board of Regents, if we have authority to reduce each other line item, thank you, by up to 4%, that should get us to the 375.
I think it would be probably better to say that it's 375 and all funds except for this will be cut by an equal percentage to end up with a total of 375.
Perfect.
I think that math someone could go back and figure out.
What he said.
And then the motion as it has says that we'll adjust, and that's what that language was in there for. So that's how I would handle it.
Okay.
I agree with what the attorney said.
All right. All right.
So I'll amend my motion to state what the attorney said.
Attorney Plunkett, can you clarify that, please, just for clarity?
The project list is $375 million based on the prior schedule, with $5 million being removed from utilities, $5 million from engineering, and not making any adjustment to the $5 million to the Board of Regents, with all other funds being adjusted by a percentage to equal a total of 375.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Is there a second? Second. There's a second by the Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Wimberly, I see you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Don Clark, you in the queue first.
Yeah, just for points of clarity. So for Parks and Rec, the funds are still in there for the new facility, correct?
What things there?
Reduced.
They would still be in there, but they would be adjusted by some percentage downward.
Okay. So the dollar amounts to get us started for the sewer expansion is in there as well? At an adjusted rate?
Mr. Clark, everything is as it was before in the original motion. It's just been cut.
I'm asking for a reason, Attorney Plunkett.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I just want to make sure that we get the points of clarity on that. And those are the two that I needed clarity on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly from the floor.
And I think, Mr. Mayor, I believe utility indicated that that's enough to complete the project, right? Okay, we're good.
You good?
Good.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion by the Commissioner from the 8th and a second by the Mayor Pro Tem. We're prepared to vote for SPLOST 9.
Motion carries. It's unanimous with those present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that concludes our business for today. Thank you guys for your patience. This meeting's hereby adjourned.